Better unmute my mic. How's everyone doing? Say we got a few in here tonight. Thought I'd come on and give a shout out, see how everyone's doing. Hey, Mr. Brandon over on the YouTube. How you doing, sir? I was on the last week, I think. Miss Robin, how you doing today? Having to run that air conditioner tonight. It's nearly 90 degrees still. Ain't right. It's too early in the hot weather time to be 90 degrees at 7:30 in the p.m. You doing okay? Well, hey, Miss Joyce, how you doing? Yeah, it's too hot. Well, hey there, Diane. What are you doing? What do you mean it's about time? Where you been? I've done 2 shows without you coming in. It's Friday night. Yeah, like I got somewhere to go. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm sorry. I believe person from Japan. I hope you're doing good. I can't pronounce your name or I don't read your language. I'm sorry. Well, hey Tony, how you doing? Long time. Yeah, I I've seen you from Japan. I don't know how to read your name or anything. Yeah, well, I've been one of them weeks. I did 2 freaking loads of laundry today. That's crazy. I got one of them covers you put on your recliner. It straps on and all that stuff. That's about time I washed it, so I did that. That's a washer in itself load. I'm doing pretty good, Tony. Yeah, I'm doing good. Just actually been busy. I've talked and been doing things with brother in the last few weeks more than I have, I think, in our whole lifetime, except when we were little kids. That's because mom made us. It wasn't pleasant, but we did. Yeah, I'm really happy about that. Spending more time with him. And the crazy thing about it is, he just lives across the holler from me, and I can throw a rock and hit the back of his house. He's that close, and he's had that new mobile home for a couple of years now, and I've only been in it 2 times. He wouldn't trade me. I tried to trade him, but for some reason, he didn't want my big old trailer. And he's got the perfect one for me. It's just a little 2 bedroom, but it's really nice. I've got this big 3 bedroom thing that I don't need. I got two. I got a storage building outside that's empty. I got two storage bedrooms, but one of them I can actually go in and sleep in it because I got the TV hooked up, and it's got the 65-inch TV in it, and I can actually sleep in there because I got that air conditioner still in that bedroom. That, oh, what they call that, portable air conditioners. So it ain't no biggie. But that middle bedroom, it's a disaster. Hey Rex, what is happening? The Florida Gigolo. uh, for those that hadn't heard yet, Dennis has gotten in contact with one of his daughters in Japan, which I think that's pretty awesome. I've asked him about it, and I told him, he ought to reach out to her a couple few years ago, and I guess they come across each other on Instagram, and they've been communicating back and forth with each other, which is really good. Yeah, I'm glad to see that. I think he said it's had been 20 years since. Well, it has to be over 20 years since he's had any contact with her. She's just a baby when they got divorced. Her mom and him. So, but anyway, I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, it is. So, Diane, you don't want this thing to end here in about 5 minutes. You better get your tail up on stage. I don't know if Henry, what he's doing. I ain't heard from Henry since I don't know when. Oh, that was when he got his other eye worked on. Aye, matey. He sent me a message. Everything went well today. Now I have just take my required daily drops for a week and wear a protective eye cover. I know it, it irritated the eye. Who was that sent? June 9th is when he sent that. I'm just now reading it. That tells you how much I look at Messenger. Well, hey, Miss Tammy, how you doing? I'm just sitting here chilling. I had me one of them there chocolate moon pies. What did I have? Oh, a ham sandwich today. Couldn't remember what I had. But I had my Walmart grocery delivered today, and I ordered me some of that there Petty Jean hickory smoked ham. And got it for a couple more sandwiches. It's pretty good stuff. I had tomato and had a slice, big old mater on it. Need to put me another one. Where's Judy at? I'm working on my grocery list. I can't do it without her. So I have graduated up to a yeah to another style of security camera. So I thought I'd try it. I've been looking at them for quite a while, and bam, right there it is. One of them there, them beefsteak maters. I like to just eat them. Ooh, look at that. Fresh black plums. 76 cents a piece. You used to buy them here in a bag, like a 3 pound bag of plums. They don't even do that here. I love my plums, but I hadn't had any in a while. I'm not peach is okay, but I think I'd eaten so much of them through my younger years that kind of just really don't particularly care to have another peach. I still like my what they call them clementines. I love them too. Apples, of course, watermelon and cantaloupe. Yum yum. I'd buy me some of them and cut them up myself, but you guys know me. That's work, and I don't do work. So I was buying them already cut up. You spend a lot of money doing it that way, but at least you get your fruit and don't have to mess with peeling and cutting and all that. Let's see here. I had two Walmart deliveries today. Anyway, back to the cameras. I'm sure if you looked at the cameras that security cameras outside, you've seen the ones that if you have an outside light on your house, you unscrew the bulb and then screw a camera in it, which it has a light on it, and a camera that has a sensor on it that hangs down on the bottom. And if it senses movement, it'll actually turn the camera and the light on and it'll rotate itself. And it's got a 360-degree radius to pick up any movements and you'll get the notification. The good thing about these are you don't have to pay to have a subscription, which my other cameras I've got is you got to have a subscription to use them. Now, they work without the subscription. The problem is it won't let you record. So I've got three that records in specific areas, and the other four is not recording, but I do get the notification. So at least I got that. And then I'm going to put this new cameras, one in the front, one in the back, right at the back door. That way it'll pick up anybody coming from all around me and let me know. And plus, you can put in up to 64 gigabyte SD micro card, flash card, and you can record it. You can either record it or not record it. You just tell it, record. I think it's download, and then it'll record it to your SD card. So I went ahead and got two of them, and I'm gonna see how they work. And if it works good, then brother, he's gonna get them too for his house. That way he has the same setup as I do. You heard that? That was brother's dog going through the front yard, doing his regular routine. He he bolts out of brother's back door, runs up to my house as hard as he can, and he'll go in front of the yard all the way around the mobile home, and then he'll just go down back down the driveway to his house. That's what he's done ever since his brothers had him. Let's see, there was a big, yeah, that's 32.24. I'm gonna go ahead and get me a big old watermelon, 32-ounce tray of it. I used to love pineapple. Man, I just don't like it. All right, we're done with that for now. Oh, I love cherries too. Cherries are up there on my top also. Oh, you had pizza. I kind of had my pizza fix last week. I went up to the week before. Week before, I think, went up to get my tobacco. And I run up to Domino's and got me a pizza. So I ate on it for 3 days. So I'm good to go from pizza for a while. Ribs in the crock pot. Listen at you, girl. I've been wanting I've been wanting ribs for a long time. I've got 2 packs of pork chops in the freezer. I need to cook them. Uh, well, hey Jeff, how you doing? But I get the boneless, what they call country style ribs. I can get one. I think it's got 5 or 6 ribs in it for around $5. That's usually what I get. I can eat 2 days on it. I know the bone in actually tastes better, but I don't like dealing with bones. I like to just grab them and then because I cook them like beef jerky, and that's not intentional. It's accidental that they turn out like jerky, kind of like my chicken and my hamburgers. I've had that oven all this time, and I'm still trying to figure out. For some reason, it changes on me. If I'd leave the stupid temperature dial alone, maybe it would. You know, I think, well, maybe I could turn it up a little bit and get done quicker. But it does. It doesn't work that. But I've always liked breakfast pork chops. The thin ones, bone in, and I cooked them. I hadn't cooked any in a couple of months, so it's time for me to get them done. I gotta get me some more barbecue beans. Because when I make pork chops, I usually make stovetop. And holy crud, I thought they were cheaper than that. I buy the little cans of them. Brother told me I need to buy some out of the deli, but I don't think so. That's just too much for me. Now that I've got my refrigerator out, I'm afraid to put a whole lot of stuff in it, get it back in the condition it was. I don't want to do that. Okay, we get there. Wait. Let's see here. 16. 55-ounce can of beans. Can you imagine that? Country style. Huh. Grilling beans. I've tried quite a few different ones, but now that I just buy the small cans of it, you're limited to how which ones they have. Right now, it's showing only two in stock. Apple pie baked beans. I've never heard of that. Limited summer edition. Oh, let's see. What I normally do is eat a can of beans, stovetop for one meal, and then the next day I'll have a pork chop sandwich. Because I don't eat two big meals in a row. Just don't do that. Oh, I don't know if I talked about it. I did my doctor's appointment. Oh, a couple weeks ago, I think, last week, a week before. Went good. I don't go back to see her till December 31st. So she's keeping me on a 6 month schedule, which I'm really happy about. I got worried about it, but my A1C has been really consistent, staying at the same rate. So I'm more comfortable with going 6 months rather than 3 months. Sorry about that. I had to get me a drink, cough my lungs up a little bit. Well, hey, Miss Faith, how you doing? Hot enough out there in that tree? Well, hey, Mr. Scott, how you doing? Yeah, I'd seen that your stepmom had passed away. I seen your post about it. I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, the boys, Ben, he's been walking behind me. I've been seeing him on the screen in the background. And fortunately, he's laying here by the front door looking at the bedroom. He's ready to go to bed. Jordan, where he's at. He's in here somewhere, probably under one of the chairs. Yeah, saying beans magic fruit. More you eat, more you poop. More you poop. So eat your meal, beans at every meal. Oh, Yeah. Uh, so I had to start taking calcium tablets and CoQ10. I used to take CoQ10 year back for my. I take that cholesterol pills, and the practitioner I was seeing at that time told me to start taking CoQ10, and that should help with my joint pain. And it did, but there's one, I don't remember what the extra ingredient it had in it. Because if you just got the regular plain CoQ10, it wouldn't work. But it had some kind of an ingredient extra in it, and it did work. It helped with it. And then they changed me off of that prescription to another one, and I don't have the problem. So I quit taking the CoQ10, and now she put me back on it. You got AC in the treehouse. But I got mine running. It's unusual for me to do it right now, especially doing this stream. But like I said, it's gotten hot. It's still bordering around 90 degrees right now outside. So it'll probably be on all night. Turned it off in the living room and turned it on in the bedroom. Well, that's good to hear, Rex. It does, it doesn't make it easier to have your loved ones with you. When you get to that stage, you don't know. I'm not saying I can't say you don't know because I don't know how your mind is. I've never been to that point to know. When mom passed away, she was in an induced coma, and the doctors told us to talk to her because she could hear us, but I did not know if she could actually comprehend. So I did always talk to her when she was in the hospital. And but it's I think it's more for the family to be able to be there when that time comes. You know, my me, I'll probably lay up here for 2 or 3 months in my recliner in the bedroom. And somebody finally decided to check on me, and they come beating on the door, and I don't answer, and then they bust the door down to get in. That's how I see my future. When the time comes, I hope it happens when I'm asleep. Brother and I have discussed our wishes on that day when it happens, his time and my time, so we both know what each want. I said, just burn me and throw me out my back door. I'm fine there. Nah, you going to, we give you a service. I said, no, I don't want no service. Just if you and my son and his boys wanted to have something up at the cemetery, that's fine, but I'm not having the service. Just cremate me, throw me in a box, and put me in the ground. That's all I want. Your cousin went swimming on the 4th. Stay cool. What? Opened up my septic tank and crawled down in it. diving for treasure in my septic tank. My parents really, they were really religious, and I have nothing against that because I believe I have faith. I believe in all of that stuff, but there's a couple of things that kind of butted heads on, and one of them was they were against cremation, and my comeback to that with them was what's the saying? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. When we pass away, our bodies turn to dust. So what's the difference? It just speeds up everything, and it takes less space to put into the ground. So that was one thing, but since both of them are gone, and now this is a hard thing to really cope with and go through. You know, my generation right now is basically the oldest of our whole family. I've got some cousins in Iowa. I got some in Washington State. I've got some in Mississippi. And as far as I know, I still have some great aunts that's still living in Mississippi. I hadn't seen them since mom passed, but here around us, my immediate family, we are the older generation, and that's what's hard to cope with. You know, when your parents are around, you don't feel that, but once you lose your parents and your grandparents, and in that age bracket, then there's a time you come to reality and realize you are the older generation in your family. And I don't feel like I am, but in reality, I am. I have three first cousins. I Actually, I have more than that, but I can't claim some of them because I honestly don't know how to claim them because I did not realize that one of my cousins that I thought was my great aunt's daughter in reality was my grandmother's daughter. I didn't know that till I was my 40s, later 40s, and she's got girls. So in reality, they are my first cousins, but I grew up knowing only I had four, but one of them passed away due to a car wreck. But she had a brother. They're from Washington State, up close to where Jack Stafford lives. That's where they lived. So I still have my first cousin up there. He's still kicking as far as I know. Then I have my two that they lived in Arizona most of their, adult life. Well, they, when they were little bitty babies, they moved to Arizona, and uh, their dad had asthma real bad. His doctor recommended they move to Arizona for the dry weather. That dry air is supposed to be good for asthmatic people. So that's where they moved to, and they grew up living there. And after they became adults, my aunt, she retired. She was a surgical nurse, and she retired. And her daughter was a she was a nurse, but I don't remember what she worked in, what part. So once my aunt and her husband retired, they moved to Arkansas, and they actually bought my grandma's house, and that's where they moved to, and was living there. And then it wasn't it wasn't a year, and here comes her daughter, because her daughter couldn't take care of herself. She had to get some of her mama's money. And her son is always, she's lived here for several years. He was in the Navy, and he was a cook. He was what, 6'1", 6'2", and skinny as a cane pole. And after he got out of the Navy, he probably put on 120, 130 pounds. He just did not look the same when he come back. And they lived in Kentucky for a while, and then they eventually, no, Tennessee, yeah, no, Tennessee. And then he got a job with, back then it was, what is that company? Commercial airline. One of them that went out, that went bankrupt. U.S. Air, I think. And started working for them. He got his aircraft mechanic certification, all that. Went to school and did all that. And that's what he does today. He's still an aircraft mechanic. And the jobs, he doesn't do it as like he used to, but the other two jobs that he worked at as a mechanic for aircraft, he was one of them that traveled all over the United States. If they had a plane that was down, they worked on, he would hop a plane and get out there and get the problem fixed. And he done that for several years. And he just got tired of doing it, not having any home time and family time. So he finally got a job in Little Rock, where he works during the daytime, and he don't have to travel like he did. It's Falcon Air, I think it is. They're based there at the Little Rock Airport. And he's done that for several years. And I don't know if he'll ever retire. I guess if you made the money he did, I would question retiring too. He makes a lot of money, I know that. Uh, my youngest nephew let his mutts out, so they're gonna come up here and nose around until they get called back home. Let's see. 93. Now it's 83. Well, it got up. It was about like 92, 93 here. I think it could have been hotter. I don't know. I didn't really look. But like I said, right now it's still about 88 degrees. 84 in Bama. Let's get that on. Let's go back on Facebook real quick. What is Henry doing? Henry. Henry. Where you at, Henry? Henry. He got him a sweet thing, I gotta tell you. He done found him a woman. They're out there doing that their lobster stuff. She gonna get him to eat lobster and sauerkraut. I know it, doesn't it, Robin? I was thinking the same thing. It's just this is the kind of weather I would expect in August and September, not in last of June and early July. That's just crazy. And rain, holy cow! We've had so much rain here, thunderstorms, and it's just kind of crazy weather. I sat here thinking, now who can I blame? Who can I blame for this crazy weather? And one name pops up. It's Diane's fault. No, I wasn't talking about you until now, Diane. Diane, it's your fault that our weather has gotten crazy right now. Well, congratulations. I've slept in a recliner every night, but 3 nights, 4 nights since I had my accident at work. 4 nights in uh, 9 years. Let's see, 2017 to now. Yeah, 9 years. June, 9 years last month. June, June something, 2017. So anyway, I slept in beds when I had both surgeries, and that's the only time I've slept in a bed since then. I've always slept in recliner, and actually the same one I'm still sleeping in. I bought them two other recliners and ended up going back to the old one. I don't know why. It is so comfortable. And the other two are lazy boys also, but they're just different models, and they are not. They're just not as comfortable as what I got sleeping in. Oh, you got you one of them fancy, sophisticated lift chairs. Well, I looked at them and I thought, that's a waste of money. I can still move. I get up. And if I have to, I can just roll out of that chair. I might have to roll and crawl to the front room to get up. but and I looked at love seats, the double reclining love seats, because I thought I would like to have that in the bedroom. That way the cats had their own chair and reclined out, then I'd have mine. And it's unfreaking believable how expensive them things have gotten. I had one with the console in between the two seats, and that was a waste of money. The only thing I used that console for was to put my little Debbie snack cake wrappers and my ice cream sandwich wrappers in. That was my trash can. But no, it was just impractical because it wasn't. You didn't have a full love seat. You had two recliners. I really, you know, I looked at we got where I used to get my sleeping machine supplies from. They're still there, but I hadn't bought any in a while from them. They have the uh, probably six or seven of different models on display there, and they won't let you sit in them unless you got cash in your hand or Medicare card. I asked one girl used to work there. I did all my business with. Uh, shoot, what was her name? I don't. I can't even. Dina. Dina was her name. Dina Hunt. I asked her if I could sit in one to try it out. She says, "No, we can't sit in it." I thought she was teasing me because I knew her because our boys played baseball together. But she wouldn't let me sit in to try them. Three freaking $1,000 for your couch. Holy cow. I got the one I had, and it was Ashley, which Ashley sucks. I bought that double reclining love seat with console in between the two reclining seats. I paid $4.99 for it, and I could have paid $100 more and got the full couch. And I should have did that, but I didn't, thinking, oh, I'd rather have the recliners. I don't. Back then, I'd rather have the couch, but stupid me thought different. And then I've been looking at them today, and I don't want leather or that imitation leather, whatever they call that stuff, because you know who lives here with me, and I have problems with the chairs as it is, and I don't want the love seat getting tore up. Somebody had posted on Facebook where they had a chair similar to my dining chairs. That thing was all tore up, and the post was about the cat's art. He's an artist. This is his artistic work. I'm going. Looks a lot like my two chairs I got here. I paid a lot of money for them chairs to get tore up. I don't see it as art. I see it as destruction. There's old Benny D. He's laying beside me. He's all sacked up. So I don't know. I may break down and buy one of them love seats. I want a love seat because it's going to be in the bedroom. That's going to be my sleeping equipment. I don't want a couch because the couch wouldn't be as comfortable for me because I can't lay flat. I went through the setup with trying to get a hospital bed, and I was informed that I'm not I'm too mobile to be able to have Medicare pay for the bed. If I wanted, I'd have to buy it myself. So I said, just forget it. Anything I need, you know, it's like I don't have any insurance to cover it. So I'll deal with what I got. They had one up at the oh, what is that called? Teen Challenge thrift store. It was a used one. It was just a frame. It was, the electric frame, exactly what I wanted. They only wanted $100 for it. And I passed up on it. I told Cody next time he was there to see if they still had it and let me know, and I'd buy it, and we'd work on getting a mattress. There's two bedding stores in Hot Springs that sells them mattresses for them type of beds. Oh, I know, but I can only, I have to do with what I can and what they'll do. The biggest thing about me when it comes to insurance is my checkups are free. My prescriptions, the only I pay for two prescriptions. That one of them is $47 and the other's $9. The rest of them are free. So that's my biggest expenses right there when it comes to medical, because I don't have any other procedures or anything like that done. Everything's done at my clinic, so that's part of my coverage. It's no extra cost. My lab work and all that's done. It don't cost me nothing. And if I keep getting chewed out about my stupid eyes, I'm gonna have to break down and get me an appointment and have my eyes checked. So in December I can tell her I'd had my eyes checked. They're still there. They still work. She has hounded me ever since I started seeing her about keeping up with my eyes. I don't have any problems with them. Over the years, my eyes have actually gotten better than they were when I was younger. And the last two checkups I had, the prescription stayed the same. They didn't change at all. And what they cover on glasses and all that stuff, it's like most all insurance that you pay for. They cover so much on frames, lenses, blah blah blah, checkups. I think the checkup is $10, I believe, for a checkup. Then the diabetes test is free. Insurance pays 100% of it on your eyes, so it's all good there. Well, hey there, Stephen. What is happening? So I gotta make some phone calls. There's one doctor up here in the village. I might go to him if he can see me. Actually, there's two. Fusilier and Simmons is the two. Fusilier, he is a retired Air Force optometrist. That's what he did for 20 years in the Air Force, was an eye doctor. I went to Simmons one time in the village back ages ago. Eh, doctors are doctors, in my opinion. Which is better? One, two. You got anything between one and two? Well, let's make a little bit of adjustment with this part of it. All right, is it three or four? I says, can we go back between one and two? And if you have your eyes checked, you have your, your checkup. When they got that big old thing in front of your face, your eyes play with you. You're focusing. It messes with you. 1 second your vision's clear, the next second it's a blurry. You can't even see out your hand in front of your face. I bought the one I use now. I've had it since 2016 actually. It used to be in the front room, but when I had my accident, I moved it to the bedroom, and that's what I've used in the bedroom up until I bought these other two. I bought both of them. They were used, but they were still really nice. Buy this stuff at the Habitat for Humanity up at the by Walmart. And there's a lot of people when they have loved ones that pass on or whatever, they don't know where to get rid of. They call the Habitat. They come pick it up for them and get rid of it. And that's what happened with these recliners. And I said, now they didn't die in them, did they? Oh, no, no. The last one I bought, it looked like it had never been used. It looked like a brand spanking new one. And I thought, man, that's going to be really nice. In reality, it wasn't comfortable. Then the other one I got before it just never was comfortable. So I don't have a bed in the bedroom. I got three recliners. So if you can run one of the cats out of one of the chairs, somebody can use one. They can come visit. They can sleep in one of them recliners. Can't have mine. No, it's off the market. I don't have a bed period in this house. I don't have no need for it. Takes up space. I have junk space. Let's see. Oh, brother's going to Texas tomorrow. He's hopping on that big old Harley and headed to Texas tomorrow. Stay the night, come back Sunday. That's crazy. I can't remember where he said he's going. He said about 20 miles on the other side of Texarkana, which won't be too bad for him. That new bike he's got, I guarantee it's a lot more comfortable than the one he had. And he's getting better on it. When I'm sitting out here at my desk, I see him when he gets home from work or on the weekends, and he's handling it a lot better. Thing's twice as heavy as his old bike is. I was talking to him earlier today, and he was talking about all the tools he's put in it, bags of tools. He's got his back trunks loaded down with tools. It's going to probably added another 100 pounds, 150 pounds to the weight on it. And I told him he needed to buy a trailer. And now he got to thinking more about it. And I said, you can have all the storage you want. And he got to talking about a camper. You know, they make campers to be pulled behind motorcycles. That's what he would actually like to have, but they're so expensive. You know, you're going to pay $7,000, $8,000 for one. Oh yeah, he rides rain, sleet, or snow. He's not one of them there fair weather riders. He's hardcore. But when they go to El Paso and them really long rides, they actually trailer he one of the former presidents with him. He's got a big trailer and they'll load up 3 or 4 bikes on it and trailer them down to wherever they go. El Paso, Odessa. There's another one too that they go to every year. And once they get to destination, they'll unload them and ride them, trailer them back up, hit the road. I paid this lazy boy I got that I sleep in now that I've had for all these years. When I bought it, it was right at $200 brand new. And I'm surprised it's held up really good. I've actually never done anything to it. A lot of times, if you use it a lot, you have to tighten up the footrest, leg rest, the pad that sits on top there. You have to tighten it up. Them Ashleys, they were really bad about coming loose. And the padding wearing out and all that. Like I said, Ashley, all you're paying for is the name because they're not quality furniture, I guess. Because I was going through Ashley recliners every year when income tax come in. That was the first thing I would do was buy new recliners every freaking year. Because they'd wear out. So that was every year thing. And it's about that lazy boy. Now, I had a problem with it. Like I said, it's been all these years. Now I might be bragging. My problem is I brag on something, and the next thing you know, it it breaks down. Something happens to it. Well, hey Nancy, how you doing? So I may not try to brag on it too much. Boy, I got hooked on this great value or Sam's Club colas. The Diet Sam's Club cola. Even the Dr. Thunder diet, I like it too. I hadn't drank maybe one Mount Lightning in a couple of weeks now. Been drinking colas mostly. I buy a 2 liter bottle. They're only $1 a piece. And I bought three of the cups. I never owned one of these type of cups. Let's turn this here camera. You get one of these cups. You just flip a switch and lift it up and got a straw in it. Close back down. Then if you want to, they call this a sipping straw, and then they got a guzzler port. You just push that button right there, pop it up. The top pops up. There's your guzzler hole. I tell you what, that ain't a sipping straw unless you drink coffee with it. And actually, I started putting my sodas in the refrigerator. I ain't done that in 100 years. And it keeps it, fizzy. It don't lose its carbonation. Hey there, Mr. Dennis. How you doing? So I bought me one of the big ones, and I bought two 18-ounce ones of them. They're Ozark Trail. And I really like them. Really good cups. I'll fill it up every day, and the 18-ounce I'll have to fill it twice. But the 30-ounce, I just fill it up one day, and I just took my last drink out of it. And it keeps it cool all day, but I don't get out in the sun, so that don't really matter. Anyway, it worked good. I always wondered how I see people using these type of cups all the time. And I wondered, now how in the world does a straw work? Well, once I bought one, I found out how it worked. It actually got a straw in it. And it's the first time I've ever seen a straw that goes right there close to the bottom of the cup. It's that close. So when you get your drink to the bottom there, you get just about everything out of it. There's just very little left in the bottom. So you get your money's worth. So I'm stocked up on colas. I still got 3 12-packs of Mount Lightnings. 12 1-liter bottles of cola. I think I drink 3 a week. So I'm stocked up on them. I can hold off this next week. And, don't have to buy them for $1 a piece. You just can't beat it. And that's the Diet Dr. Thunder, same price. And I've never liked Diet Coke. Never have I ever liked Diet Coke. When it comes to Diet Pepsi, I tolerate it, but it just wasn't good. And once I got the Diet Cola, I thought, hey, I'm onto something with this. That's pretty dang good. And like me, I drink diet sodas. I don't drink regular soda pop. So that's one thing. Coke brand was my favorite cola. And I thought, well, if somebody could come up with a artificial flavor that was close to regular Coke, I'm going to start using it. Not artificial, sugar-free. And so it ain't exactly 100% like Coca-Cola, but it's pretty close enough that I've gotten hooked on it. To me, Diet Cola's, and especially the Great Value and the Sam's Club, theirs taste better than actually the name brands to me. And so I'm used to their artificial flavors. And earlier this year or last year, they were talking about Walmart was talking about doing away with all the artificial sweeteners and stuff in their products. So it's still 0 calories and all that stuff. So I don't know if they ever did change it or not. But if they did, they did a pretty dang good job of it. Because if you don't really pay attention, you don't realize it's diet. I've never liked the zero, the brands of the soda pops that are zero. I don't like that. That's just like water, to me. It has it's like this one water I bought that was supposed to be grape Waterloo. I'm still waiting for that grape flavor because I took a big old swig of it out of the first can I opened, and I like to spit it out. Holy crap! What's this mess? It was pretty dang disgusting. So it's still there on my pantry, minus one can, and I bought six boxes of them things, and I took this one out of the car. I didn't get the other five out of the trunk in the house. And when I started to eat my lunch, opened that one box that's in here and got a can out, took a big swig of it. I never did take the ones in the trunk out. And when it was back when I was picking my groceries up in pickup at Walmart, and that little girl that was bringing out my groceries, she did most time bringing it out to the car. And I told her, asked her if I could get my money back. She says, "Well, I don't know. You got the receipt?" I says, "No, I never get a receipt because I get, ordered online." And I said, "You can look it up and see because I did buy it is week before I was talking to her." And she says, "Well, I don't know. I can check." I tell you what, because I'm going to have to throw this crap away anyways. Why don't you just take it? If they don't give my money back, that's fine. Just throw it away. You can have it, do whatever with it. I just don't want it in my house. So she took it out of the car and put it on her cart. And I never got my money back, which I didn't care. I wish I had the money now, but I don't. See, last week I got shorted my 2 boxes of moon pies. The week before I got shorted. What was it? The week before? Oh, moon pies. They charged me for moon pies 2 weeks in a row, and I never got them. I finally got them today. And Eldon and Deborah, they deliver my groceries a lot. We we talk to them. I consider them my friends. They're good people. And he seen the box. He says, "Do they taste the same as they used to?" And I says, "Oh yeah. The problem is I used to get the double deckers, but this Walmart don't have them. They just have the little bite size." And I said, "Get you a couple out of that box there. Reminisce a little bit." He said, "Oh, I can't have them." I said, "Well, I don't need them either, but anyway, it don't stop me." So he wouldn't take them. Come on, get you a couple out of there and take you back some memories. They taste the same to me as they ever did, just a lot smaller. And there for a long time, you used to be able to get them. They had the great big ones, and I'd get. I think there were six or could have been 10 in a box, 8 or 10. That's ones I always got. They don't have them here anymore. They just got, like I said, little small ones. They don't have the vanilla or the banana, which is my favorites. Banana and vanilla and chocolate are three I usually would get. And they have birthday cake moon pies, which is a joke to me. I never waste my money on this stuff like that. That's, that's birthday cake cookies and muffins and all kinds of birthday crap. But they got the little sugar candy. I don't know what you call that. Sprinkles, I guess they are. Hey Jimmy, how you doing, sir? The sprinkles, yeah. Candy sprinkles on top of it and all that stuff. Well, some of the cake muffins and snack cakes has them actually baked in the cake itself. I never have been a fan of sprinkles. That's why I quit buying the little Debbie brownies because they got what they call cosmic something. They call them cosmic brownies. It's got the sprinkles. And remember, I said I don't. I'd rather have the nuts than the balls. Remember that? I'd sit there before I'd even open up the package. I'd get my fingernail and just start picking them off so they'd fall to the bottom of the package. And it's kind of a mental thing, but I don't want my brownies to be crunchy like that. Like when they had the nuts on them, you couldn't even tell they had nuts on them. Just a mind thing. It didn't change the flavor of the brownies. I like little Debbie brownies, but I'm boycotting them because I got balls on them. Yeah, I got balls on them. So it is Friday. What is everybody got planned for the weekend? Anything? Let's see. I don't have anything planned. Uh, a baby girl, granddaughter, she turned 6 years old yesterday. It was her birthday. I gave Cody $100 to get her a bunch of Barbie stuff. She's a Barbie freak right now. I was gonna buy that Barbie house, but Cody's mom bought it for her, and I looked it up, and my Walmart has it in stock. It's 165 freaking dollars. I'm going, holy crap! I asked him. I said, "Why don't you get her to like Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?" And he laughed and said, "She won't go for that. It's got to be Barbie." A few months ago, she cut her bangs in her hair, and the week after week or two after she did it, they come over. It was hilarious. So they have them head models for styling hair. What was it? some character on from Disney where you can comb it, style it, wash it, do all that stuff with it. I told him he needed to buy her one of them. That way she could cut its hair instead of her own. She did exactly what her daddy did when he was little. But he didn't use scissors. He used my trimmer. He had big old spots all over his head where he'd just jab it, cut the hair completely off his head. That was the first buzz cut he ever had. Get it all shaved off. It only took one time for it to do it. Yeah, every time I talk about getting them girls' toys, I said, well, let me go to the credit union and see if I can float a loan. Because it's freaking ridiculous. I was I was watching a little bit of the shopping show that I used to watch every day, and she had Hot Wheels, and she's supposed to be selling this product for like half price, and on sale days it could be more than half off. Well, she's got these Hot Wheels. She's selling each one individually for $7 a car. I'm going, girl, you got money in your head. You're nuts. And people's just buying it like crazy. I'm going, oh, are they that expensive? You could get Matchbox for less than what was it, 79 cents or 89 when I was a kid. Hot Wheels was right at $1. I'm going, that's seven freaking dollars. So I never did look it up. I'm gonna look it up now and see what they actually cost. Okay. See, that's she is a crook. Look at this crap. You can buy anywhere from $1.24 up to $3.50. People's paying her $7 a piece for these things. Yes. Here is a box of 8 Hot Wheels cars, 974. 20 of them, $24. I used to have I had two different. I had the big Hot Wheel case, and then I had a truck, like a parking lot, mobile parking lot, car carrier, what normal. And I think it helped. 10 cars on the trailer. Here's a 5 pack for 562. There's not a single one of them $3.62. Well, I take that back to Formula One cars are $7, $8 a piece. Here's that car. 35 freaking dollars for that. $35 and it comes with two cars. Wow. Here's a Hot Wheels premium collector display set. 3 cars and a transporter. It's shaped like a Formula One, and it's 33. I That's unbelievable. They charge. What's that? Surprise toy. Styles cards. They have, you can buy for $1.24. There's it's like a chip bag with a Hot Wheel in it for $1.24. You don't know what you get. Eight pack. It's got some good looking little cars in it. Oh, 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 look at there. There's a fighter jet for 7. I might get that. Let's see if it gives the options. Headbanger ball. That's a tour bus. Wow, the wings actually move on that. I wish I could. Online, if you order one, you don't know what you're going to get. Like I do. Okay, get off of that. Yeah, right. Dadgummit, Diane. I told you to fix me up with her, and you didn't do it. I'm not happy. Let's see. Well, I got a long time for mine, bro. Caitlin, she's 12, and Izzy's, or Catherine. I always call her Caitlin, but her name's Catherine. We actually just call her Kate. She's 12. She got a telephone now. And guess who bought it for her? Guess, guess who's paying her monthly bill? Yeah, I ain't naming names, but I am. I just added her to my family plan. I told brother the other day, I said, well, I can add up to 5 phones on my account. You want me to add you, you just pay me. He went to consumer cellular. That's what he's got. No, that's not. It's $7 a car plus shipping. And she tried to go, what was it, $12 a box? You could stuff a box full of all kinds of stuff and it'd be $12, or you could have one Hot Wheel car shipped to you for $12. That's why I never would order anything, because there's a lot of times she'd have good stuff at a good price, but the way she was charging for shipping, I wasn't comfortable with paying that kind of money, because in reality I could pay the same thing at Walmart and have it shipped free to the house. So it'd be cheaper for me to just buy it through Walmart and let them ship it to me rather than buying it from her. And she had a tool set and a Bluetooth speaker that I really, really wanted. What it would cost to get it to the house, I just I could get it cheaper at Walmart, so I never would order it. I've only ordered one time from her, and it was a couple of, I don't know what they actually are, but they they're really pretty, and so I bought them, and I paid twice what it cost me for the two items, double what I paid for them for shipping to your house. And that was the only thing. And I don't watch her much anymore, because the longer that she's been on, the more expensive she's selling things for. She just expanded. She's got that big warehouse now, and I think she just got too big for her britches. When she had just one smaller warehouse, she was doing really good because the overhead wasn't costing her much. Now that she's got the new building, and it's what, three or three buildings, could be four, 3 or 4. And I think the overhead is just costing her. I think that's why she's gone up on her prices. You got that right, Stephen. You know, you used to at Christmas time, I had curbside service. They'd bring everything up to the house. But back then, I was ordering boxes of crap. And she had to bring it up to the front door because she wasn't going to leave it at the mailbox. And now, if it's not big, FedEx will actually drop it off at the post office. Mail comes from the, and then the postal worker will actually delivered, put in my mailbox, which is fine. I have the app that notifies me every day if they're going to deliver mail to me at the house. I get notified about it, so I know what's going to be put in my mailbox. And if it's something that I'm expecting that's important, that'll let me know I need it's in my box. I need to get down there and get it out. Boy, it's hot. There's my Jordy, my little Jordy. He's up here in his spot laying by his bed. Boy, he been snuggling me up every night. Jumps on my chair, on my belly, gets up and snuggles on underneath my arm. He my snuggle buddy. Then of course the green-eyed monster, Ben, he gets jealous and he jumps on me. And Ben weighs about 4 times more than Jordan does. So when he jumps, and it hurts. He's got to lay on me. He'll sit there and look on Jordan. It's one to piss him off to make him get on to him and get him off the recliner. And unfortunately, he comes up, he jumps on there with us. He lays down by my feet, between my legs and my feet. And now I've seen posts on Facebook where they talk about where cats position themselves when they sleep on you, the reasoning and all that. Which how do they know that they have cats talking to them and telling them why they do it? I always wondered that. They know what cats saying or thinking or doing, reason why they're doing it. They don't know. All I know is a cat when their food dish is empty, they'll let you know about it. And it's not hard to know what they're telling you at that time. It's feed me, get my dish filled up. And fortunately, he's bad about rubbing his head against a water bowl. I use a big stainless steel kitchen bowl, and that thing will be half full, and he'll rub it, knock it over, and get water all over the floor. Now, I've had to get on to him several times now. I've got that one stool next to the cabinet. It's got 3 steps. It's got like a seat at the top of it. Excuse me. And he'll sit on there when I'm trying to prepare my food because that's on the bar. That's my meals. And then if I turn my head or go to somewhere else besides right there, he'll jump up on that cabinet bar and go to trying to sniff and see what's on my plate. And I'll swat at him, he jump down, he's bad. So I have to watch him. Then after I get through whatever I'm doing, I get my, what is that? Lemon scented 409, wipe the bar off so he's not sitting there licking it. I've never once fed these cats any human food. It's always been cat food. So unless they've snuck and got a taste of it on their own, they don't know what human food looks like. But no, fortunate, he's really interested in it. He thinks I need to share with him. Apparently, ain't gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I never did get a answer. What's everybody doing for the weekend? Anybody out there going snow skiing or ice skating, mountain climbing? Where's Deborah at? I was wondering about her if she is doing the camping with Boy Scouts again this year. See, I don't talk to anybody or message anybody hardly at all. And so I don't know what everybody does or what they're doing. I think Patty P was the last one I communicated with through Messenger. And I hadn't seen her in uh, I don't know when. Getting your new truck this weekend, 2003. That's cool. I washed my car week before last when I went up to tobacco store. Oh, duh, that's my brother pulling it on his bike. A flash of light come across my front window, and I thought, "What in the world was that?" And then I heard him, and then he come up at the end of his mobile home, and finally seen him. He's out late. Got to get up early in the morning. Got to watch a movie tomorrow night. You have to watch them on Saturdays nights. He's got that big old sound system on his bike. Got 4 speakers on it. Cranks up, Bluetooth and all that mess on it. You don't hear it until he turns my bike off. You finally hear it, but it's loud. He finally got some tips on his bike. I told him that's the first thing he needed to do is because I can't hear him coming home because that bike was so quiet. So he finally bought him some tips and put on it. I didn't want him to mess the whole exhaust system up on it because I liked them way them Harleys have the pipe coming out on each side underneath the saddlebags. Yeah. And I didn't want him to change and have the exhaust come out one side. I don't like that. And so he just took the factory tips off and replaced them with these he's got on it now. So it looks good. Didn't change the looks of it. You can hear the bike come home when he's coming home now. It's not like his old bike. His old bike had straight pipes on it. You could hear that when he turned off of the main road onto our road. That's a mile and a half from where I'm at. You could hear him turn on our road. That's how he got his name in the club. Goose is his name, his club name, because he is twisting that throttle, goosing it all the time. Goodness, goodness. I think I'll get out tomorrow and go somewhere. I might get up in the morning and go up here to this cafe past Walmart, McDonald's, go through the drive-through, give me a breakfast, sit there in the parking lot and have breakfast. That's the only way I'm ever gonna get fried eggs. I don't fry them, nothing. But that's probably the one thing that I miss more than anything on the planet eating is fried eggs, fried bacon, fried potatoes, and biscuits. I make biscuits. That's one another thing I gotta get from Walmart is freaking biscuits. I think mine is old that I've got. I made some last week and they did not taste good at all. So I think they're just too old. Biscuits. Biscuits. I get the frozen ones. Let's see. That is the Southern style. I don't want Southern. That's what I got. Where's the other ones at? Okay. I can biscuits. I don't cook them enough. That's why I buy the frozen ones. I can get me two out, cook them, and let's do it this way. Where's Pillsbury? Pillsbury be at the top. Let's do it this way. There. Let's do it this way. I bought some of them Mrs. B's biscuits one time, and I did not like it. Did not like it. Okay, let's go back. Let's see it when I roll for it. It's got to be before. Of course, if I didn't cook them so long, that might make a difference too. Last time I cooked them, I got busy watching a video. Oh crap! I better get up and get them out of the oven. I got in there and looked. They were at the stage of turning black. They weren't black yet, but I left them in another minute or two, they'd have been black. So I got to them at the right time, and I don't put butter or nothing on them. I just eat them plain, you know. What did I have with it? Oh, I bought some of them. I think they're Johnsonville breakfast sausages, and they're pretty good. I like them. They look like a you know holy sausage, but they're little like regular breakfast sausage link size, and they were really good. All right, Miss Faith, you have a good one. Good talking to you. You take care and be safe out there. We'll see you on the next one. But chances are I won't take my happy ass all the way up there to get breakfast. I'll probably end up down there at Sonic. I got Tennessee Pride biscuits and sausage breakfast. Just on the microwave for a minute or so and heat them up. I got a box of them today, and I can't remember. I should have looked at my last purchase when I bought the other ones I had. They may have been Jimmy Dean. But anyway, I bought Tennessee Pride this week. And I like them. They're quick. It's some kind of product I'm putting in my gullet. And it's quick. No cleanup, just throw paper plate the trash and be done with it. But I want fried eggs. I'd take fried eggs over anything on this planet. I'm not kidding you. And I can cook them. I got everything to cook them with. I got eggs in there. Check the expiration date. I just don't do it. Got a brand spanking new freaking electric skillet. Never been used in my cabinet. I could cook me up a big old breakfast in it. Say I finally did it. I even bought some grease. Like I bought the little bitty bottle of it because I knew I'd only use it one time. And with this dishwasher, I wouldn't have to stand over the sink, wash the pan out. I even bought a bag of them frozen potatoes O'Brien. I was going to make with it. But I had to relocate the bag. I had to put it in the big freezer. So I was afraid it wasn't any good anymore. Bad about expiration dates. I don't look at them after I've got them in the house. unless it's my potted meat or Vienna sausages, things like that. Soup. I had clam chowder last week. What was I going to look up? See if they have. Well, looky there. They actually got it. I could use that to cook in the microwave too. 14-ounce tub for $7.34. Which would be good. Price is a little bit more I want to spend. See, I can use it. I can flavor my green beans or corn or whatever I put in the microwave, vegetable wise. Oh, I bought some breaded okra. I forgot about that. I like that stuff. Pretty dang good. What brand is that? Bird's Eye, I think. Air fryer. Um, breaded breaded okra. We always called it okra. Grandma will say, "Y'all want some of that fried okra?" Yes, ma'am, and plenty of it. Let's see. I got me some Johnsonville cheddar and jalapeno sausages too. I love them things. I'll just cook me a couple of them in the cooker and uh, eat them by themselves. Picked Sweet Farms frozen seasoned vegetables for the air fryer, lightly breaded okra, 14-ounce bag. Never had it, but I'm going to try it. It looks pretty dang good, but you know how these places are. They doctor things up to make it all look good, and you get it, cook it one time, and you go, bleh, bleh. Wished I'd have never wasted my money on it. It'll eventually go into garbage. So finally got some medicine for my ear. You know, I've had a problem with my right ear for a couple of years now. And she kept saying it's dry skin. Well, what happens is my ear goes to itching really bad. And I scratch it so much that I start digging the skin out. So she finally prescribed me some medicine for it. I've been putting it in there. You just put a little dab on a Q-tip and stick it in your ear. It's not my pain medicine. That one time I had a prescription that it on the directions on the prescription bottle it said take one tablet, stick it in your right ear. I'm going, am I reading this right? I read it 3 times. I'm going, how's that going to help? It's a pill. It's not an ointment or nothing like it. It's a pill. What good's that going to do by sticking it in my right ear? It had to be my right ear, not my left. So I called the pharmacy and I asked them. She just busted out laughing and she says, "Are you serious?" I said, "Yes, ma'am. That's what it says on the bottle, the directions." She said, "Just ignore that. That's wrong. I don't know why that was put on there. And I kept the bottle for years. And I don't know if you guys, you probably do, the prescription bottles, the labels, eventually they're going to turn solid black for some reason. I don't know if that means that it's expired, out of date, or something, but you can't read the labels. When I took the bottle out of my drawer to see it, I was going to show somebody, and you couldn't read the label. Dadgummit. It all turned black. I get to talking, my throat gets dry, and go to coughing. Still, guess you go outside, sit on the back porch, and sweat. I feel like putting my cover on the recliner. I'll wait tomorrow and do it tomorrow. I like them that cover for that recliner because a lot of times I'll sweat when I sleep, and it's waterproof, so it don't allow the sweat to go onto the fabric of the recliner. I don't eat or drink in the bedroom. I don't smoke. I don't do any of that stuff. I just sleep. I'll sit there and try to watch TV, and all the next thing I know, I'm waking up an hour or two later. Then I'll get up and come into the living room for another 3 hours. Then go back to the bedroom and lay down in my recliner and wake up anywhere from 4 to 5 in the morning. Come back in the front room and do my daily things. Yeah, I'm not a big Jolly Rancher fan. I get Lifesavers, or what's there's another brand that I get. What's he doing out there? They're playing with that bike. Anyway, I do get them every now and then. Well, hey there, Miss Rebecca. How you doing? Good seeing you. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. You been watching any good movies lately on that TV? Wink, wink. uh, no, I love caramels. Even the hard caramels, and that coffee that Werther's got, that coffee flavor. Oh man, that is to die for. That's really good stuff. But I can't remember what it is. I do keep the what is this called? Breath ice cubes, ice breath. That's sugar free, blah blah blah, all that crap. And I'll sit there and put them in my mouth. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna fill up my cart tonight. Get me a bag of sugar coffee or there's I bought a big bag of the uh, lifesavers, the mints, and I ended up throwing them away. Just quit using them. Zolly pops, sour taffy, sugar free, keto allergy, and diabetic friendly. 5-ounce bag. They're proud of them things. Oh, you know what them dum dum are? Them little lollipops. This Zolly brand has them. Diabetic friendly, strawberry flavored. They even have the taffy. It looks like little Tootsie Rolls. Tootsie Rolls. Tootsie. See, I like butterscotch, and but the problem is they don't have sugar free. I used to carry lifesavers in my pocket when I was working. That way, if I felt like I was getting low on my sugar, I'd pop me a couple of them in my mouth and get me through it. Russell Stove. I bought some Hershey's chocolate bars. They had the little, what do they call them, minis that were sugar free. They were pretty dang good. Oh, here's a big bag of Werther's. You can get the chocolate, coffee, or just regular caramel, in all in one bag for $7. 7.7 ounces. I don't. It's not worth that. Stick. Why, hey there, Trevor. How you doing? I've never had the Reese's sugar free, but I I'm I burned myself out so bad on Reese's Buttercups. I just don't even want to look at the packages. Just made I ate so many of them made me sick, so I haven't gotten over it yet. I threw probably a three-quarter of a bag away because they've been in the fridge for so long. From New Brunswick, Canada. Well, how you doing there, Trevor? How's New Brunswick? I watch a couple of families on Facebook videos. One of them is Madison. I don't remember her last name or her page. Uh, Bought a cabin and they turned the porch into a bedroom and bathroom. Really nice. They did a really good job. And then the other couple built a pole barn, and that's what they're living in until they build the house. Then they got a shipping container and made it into a little mini home, and that's the mother-in-law home is what they call it. I can't remember their name either. Anyway, that's pretty cool. Y'all got some pretty country up in Canada. I've never been there myself, but from the videos I watch, it's really beautiful. Madison, she does a lot of walks, exploring and things. The I watched today was before her and Parker got married. I don't know if they were even together at that time. One of her first videos, and she camped out for 2 nights by herself. Made a cabin, cut trees, pine trees down, and I think there were cedar trees, small ones, and actually found the spot where it was where she could put a ceiling. The back wall was dirt ground and ceiling, and three walls were them little cedar trees. She did a really good job. And I'm going, man, you're freaking crazy because they're showing videos of bear right there where she's at. She's close to a bear trail, and all she has is that bear spray. I'm going, you freaking nuts. Yeah, I was getting the sugar-free cookies, and I don't know why they have to be so much more expensive. And there's one brand I bought a lot of. I like the oatmeal cookies, and let's see here, and what was the other one? I bought three different kinds. Let me, let me do a little research here. The deli bakery has sugar-free oatmeal cookies, oatmeal raisin. And I'm going to tell you what, they're just way too expensive for me. Bootman, bakery. I buy the shortbread cookies. We got shortbread and the wafer cookies, the oatmeal, the striped chocolate striped cookies. And to be honest with you, they're not that much more. Just seeing something here. I'm not a chocolate chip fan. I just don't like them. Do not like. I bought that a box of them Oreo cakesters, I think they're called. I did not like them. Did not. So I ate one pack and the rest of the box are in my cabinet. And they're going to end up getting thrown away. Cody didn't. Izzy didn't want them. Back when Jeremy was coming up all the time. I'd give all that stuff to him. I don't ever see him though. Oh, another thing I bought was Nature Valley peanut butter and jelly uh, pastries. I'm yet to see any jelly. You can't taste the peanut butter. That was a big waste of money there. Huh. Sponge, marshmallow, strawberry cookies. Huh. Yeah. Peppers. I used to get Milano's. If they weren't so expensive for what you get, I'd buy Pepperidge Farm cookies. Get a pack of 3 or 4 cookies for $5. I used to uh, Price Saver used to make soft baked cookies. They had a raspberry a sugar cookie. Man, I used to buy them because it's like $1 for a pack of 8. And I kept them in the dump truck. They're freaking good. I got a shopping truck. But nobody out here sells price cutter products out here. Schneider's cheddar cheese. What was it? Nuts. Nuts. When I had good strong teeth. Just talked to you earlier, Patty. How you doing? I wasn't. I was on Walmart as usual. Get back up here. Yeah, they've got oatmeal raisin, chocolate chip, and I just seen them. There's another cookie they have that's sugar free. And to be honest, they're not any more expensive than their regular cookies. They're $3 and something for 8. Yeah, but I just threw blueberry muffins in my garbage can about how long I've been on here, 2.5 hours. 3 hours ago I threw 6 of the mini blueberry muffins away. I'm so sick of them. Uh no, I have not. I haven't tried it. And I've been wanting an apple pie for forever. And I ordered it a month ago, and the one that I ordered, they didn't have it. And so I didn't duplicate it. And if it requires me to bake it, I'll do without. Apple pie. Oh, yeah, I ordered the 8-inch caramel apple. When it come down to order day, they didn't have it. So here is a 8-inch no sugar added apple pie, 22 ounce. That'll fit perfect in my shopping cart. I, I have to put it on top so it don't break it up. And it's shelf stable. So, wait a second. What? Oh my aching ass. Oh, don't tell me they got them. They have hostess apples. The glazed donuts. Sticks. The coffee Dunkin' sticks. Oh, I love them things. They've been out of. They say they got them in stock now. What is that? Orange. What? They got orange. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. I'm afraid the apple pie is going to have to be taken out. It may be added at a later date, but I just come across something. I'll save it for later. They're saying they have Hostess apple pies. So that's going in my shopping cart. And they're saying they have Hostess orange flavored cupcakes, which was my favorite out of the whole world cheat snack. And they hadn't had them at my Walmart for about 4 or 5 years. They're saying they got them again. So that oversees the. I should just keep the Walmart page open because I'm sure I'll be back. Now, how you been doing, Patty? Been wondering about you. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I had my 6 month checkup uh, last Monday, I think. Not this last week, Monday, and it was okay. I still on a 6 month schedule for checkups instead of 3 months, so that I must be doing something right. I was going to change it, try to get it changed back to 3 months, but my A1C's been doing so good that she changed it to 6 month checkups. And I have to only make appointments one time a year for lab work one day and doctor visit a day or two afterwards. They only do that once a year now because, like in December, I'll go back December 31st, and they're going to draw the blood on that day. They don't have to send, I don't have to make two visits, just one, because that'll be the one time a year that I have to go 2 times. That's for my full workup, full lab workup. And then the second visit a year is follow up on my diabetes. And as long as it stays the way it is now, then I don't have to worry about 3 months. So everything's good. I had to start taking calcium and CoQ10 and let's see what else. Oh, I got my ear medicine. I feel like I'm having intercourse with my ear because I've got my finger in it so much. Well, hey there, Darwin. What are you up to? Anything? Waiting on Mr. Bob Foley, damn it. I had let's see, we had Trevor on YouTube. Robin was on YouTube to start with. We had Trevor and then had all the way up there. Man, that's a lot. Had, oh, Brandon was on earlier. That long journey all the way to the bottom. And the smart. Yeah, I used to get them, Robin. They're good. I take them out of the little metal tray, and I put them on a paper plate. Put it in the nucleator for 20 seconds to heat it up. That's really good. See, they had chocolate, apple, peach, pecan. I don't buy the pumpkin or what was the other? Apple, peach, chocolate. Oh, lemon. I'm a freak for lemon pies. Anything lemon, I love. I bought. I started buying for 2 weeks this brand, no name brand to me. I never heard of it before. Lemon cookies, and they were the soft lemon cookies, and you get six for $1. 6 or 8. I can't remember. I keep wanting to say 6, but it could have been 8. Anyway, only $1. So I bought 3 of them the first time because I thought, well, if I don't like them, they sit in the cabinet with all the other junk. If I like them, that'll last me till the next week, and I'll get more. Well, I got them 2 weeks in a row, and after that, they quit having them. They kept trying to substitute for snickerdoodles or chocolate chip. What's the deal with these garbage store made factory chocolate chip cookies? They're freaking disgusting. I don't think we ever had the blueberry pies, Robin. But anyway, I bought the apple, the peach, the chocolate, and pecan is the ones I bought. I hadn't had them in quite a while, but I did buy them, and they're really good. See, I told you I'd open Walmart back up. Just can't believe them open. Just keep going back. Uh, Never tried. You got to be kidding. Home style soft baked lemon cookies is what I was getting. 6 count. Ready to eat. Kosher. Dairy. Contains eggs, milk, soy, wheat. I'm going to tell you what, they're freaking good. See what you did to me, Robin? I'm going to have $200 in garbage. What's a lemon flavored Madeleines? Shell-shaped baked cookies. I've never had them. Milano has a chocolate lemon. Huh. Never had Oreo cookies. Member drop sandwich cookies. Life's bad for you. Make you grow hair on your chest. Soft frosted ribbon cookies. I think I bought them one time. I went there. And I bought the Great Value Living Flavor sandwich cookies. I didn't like them. I like, I like, what was Jackson? Jackson lemon cookies. They were the best that was ever made. Uh, you ain't gonna believe this, Patty. I just put that in my shopping cart about 10 minutes ago. Oh yeah. I remember them Pepperidge Farm cookies days back when Mom used to buy them. I'd sneak in the cabinet and get a couple out, get my ass chewed out for it. You got your own stuff. Stay out of mine. Oh, Ma, there's only two. It's two more than you're supposed to have. Keep your hands out of my cookies. But I don't want homemade brownies. I don't want homemade fudge. What do you mean don't blame you? You you got me started on this shopping stuff. I have to get Cody to bring the girls over and clean my cabinet out. You know, that I ain't gonna have room for real food. It's gonna be all full of garbage food. So I got 4 packs of lemon flavored cupcakes. I got a bag of Werther's coffee caramel sugar free candy. Got $7.50 worth of watermelon. What else? $6 worth of lemon cookies. I got $6.96. That's 4 apple pies. Then, oh, these are Archway cookies. I'm sorry, Patty. These are Archway raspberry filled cookies. They soft. They're like the ones we got when Mom was getting them. How in the hell did I misspell raspberry? Who puts a damn P in raspberry? Ain't got no P in it. Oh, you get the Veronas. Veronas. I guess that's how you spell it. No, that's apricot. Apricot raspberry. Oh, Raspberry filled donuts. Mmm. Let's go back up to the donuts. Let's go back up to the donuts. I think you can get that in a two pack also. I know you can sell box. I didn't even spell it. You did. So, all right, I'm blaming that one on donuts. Yeah, them arch right ways are good. Mm-mm-mm. Really good. They've been around, like I said, since I was a teenager. Was that about 10 years ago, 15 years ago? Yeah. And I like apricot jelly. Slab you a layer of butter and a layer of that jelly on a biscuit. Oh, yeah. Did it on toast. An apricot jelly. When I was working motorcycle shop back in what 1980, 1980, there was an old lady that had an apricot big tree out in her backyard. We had a fence between the company property and her property, and that apricot, she had a pecan and apricot, both two different trees. And every year we'd go out there at the fence and pick up apricots and pecans. She'd come out there shaking her hand at us, her fist. Get it, but get my stuff. I'd just holler at her. Well, it's on our property. It's ours now. I'd bring home grocery bags full of that stuff. Back then, they didn't have plastic; it was paper. So I'd load them up and take them home. My grandma was good to me. I'd take her cabbage. I'd buy 50 pounds of cabbage and take it to her. Ask her real courtesy way, could you please make me some sauerkraut? And I don't care what it was. My grandma she spoiled me. And she'd make me sauerkraut. I'd say, just take whatever you want, keep yourself some jars of it. And I'd take the rest. She made some out of this world sauerkraut. It was so freaking good. Apricots. Asked her to make me some apricot jelly, and she did. Always made apple butter, and it's not the same as what you get out of the store. When someone like her makes homemade apple butter, just total difference. I loved her apple. I bought it in years past out of the store, and it just wasn't the same. she'd get up at midnight, make me pancakes, come home from fishing midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Grandma, can you make me some pancakes? Yes, dear. I'll get it right now. You never want grandma's house with passed up food. I'd come home from work and stop at her house. Say, you hungry? No. You look like you're hungry. Let me fix you something. Grandma, I'm not hungry. You're not leaving here till you eat something. Yep, she spoiled me. I's her baby. Sweet. I bet it is. I love pears. Them Bartlett pears. Oh yeah. So what's Miss Patty been up to? I bet it's no good. Let's see. Next birthday coming up is Catherine September. But I done gave her birthday present. I give it to her every month now since I'm paying the bill. Izzy's was yesterday. His is in December. So what day is September? So Dad's birthday was on the 16th, and Catherine's is on the 20th. Are you still driving the young ladies? You still do that? I seen that Nancy, Jerry's wife, put a post on her page about Jerry being in the hospital the other night. I haven't got updated. Has anyone heard how he's doing? When I first read that, Patty, I thought you're driving him to intercourse. You're driving him to have to do it. I read it wrong. I remember the town of intercourse. You and Dennis had talked about it. That's freaking funny. Yeah, I didn't know if you were still doing that or not. I have not seen anything on Amanda. I guess ever since she left Turkish TV, because I didn't know if she was actually still streaming or not. It's kind of like Janet. And the Janet I was trying to remember that one night. Janet Michael Lene or something like that, from New Mexico. I tried to look her up on Facebook, but I didn't come across it. Is it the back seal or main seal? If it's a tail seal, that won't be too bad. Or if it's a transmission pan. Now, if it's that main seal, that's a pretty good job. You have to drop the training to get to it to replace it. And then if it's tail shaft, then all they got to do is drop the drive shaft, and then it's a little different than what I worked on. I did a whole training job on a Ford cargo van. Pulled it, rebuilt it, put it back in, and I swore I'd never work on another transmission as long as I lived. All the stuff they have stuffed inside them transmissions, automatics, just unfreaking real. Hopefully, it's not too big of a job. Hey there, Terry. How you doing? What page? Oh, wrong freaking page. Why is on Facebook? Yeah, that's them front row drives. Or you got the big van, got the transmission. Between the front, could it be your rack and pinion? That's a freaking job to have. Maybe the alternator. That's what I worry about my car. I don't ever drive it. It sits out there. Every time I get in, and I'm thinking, man, I hope that is still good. Knock on wood, it's been good. It's what I do, mate. Oh, I went up there tobacco store when I went to the doctor. That's what it was. That was about 50-mile trip. Go to the doctor, then go up to the tobacco store. Go from one end of the village all the way up to the front. Charged. Oh wow. AC. Yeah. Like I said, knock on wood, everything's still working on my car. Every time I get in it, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to get somebody to jumpstart me. I need to get one of them battery jumper boxes. I can make them little bitty ones now that has the same power that the big boxes has got. Brother's got one. Told him he need to put it on his motorcycle for his trip tomorrow. All right, Patty. Our our Janet driver was Shannon LeMay. Is that- and the other Janet. Anyway, I hadn't seen her in forever since all that stuff went down. She quit following us. why they couldn't deliver. That sucks. It's better to go there than it is Central. Central's out there, no man's land. Albert Pike, I can go through the back roads, cut through West Glacier Pole, hit Mount Pine Road, right to Walmart that way. That way I can either go to Wendy's, Popeyes, Walk Express, my favorite Chinese joint. What else is out there? Arby's. That's on the west side of Hot Springs. Let's see. What else is out there? Maybe even got a Starbucks out there. Anybody ever wanted to come to Hot Springs and find a Starbucks? It's out there across from McDonald's on Albert Pike. Never set foot down. I went to the one on Central a few times. I never did get coffee, but I had to take the ex-old lady there. Then what was that one store? Albertsons? We had it at Albertsons in town, and they had a Starbucks inside it. Books a Million had Starbucks in it. There for a while, I was going to Books a Million a lot. I bought a lot of books. All had to do with astrology. What's that? I done forgot what you're referring to, Rob. My mind is just out there. Yeah, it's out there. Oh, food places. Yeah, I could do that, couldn't I? I'd have to buy a whole new freezer to put it in. I gotta get that big freezer cleaned out. There's so much stuff in there that it's not any good. It's old. I bought me some of them Circle B sausages, and I like them really good. Well, the other day I cooked three of them, and them things swelled up so big. And I didn't want to waste one of them. I should have just cooked one or two. I'm telling you what, that's a lot of food. If you take it, pierce it, it's got that skin on it. Pierce it before you boil it. Then when after they get hot and cooking, real good, they're really about done. Them skins will just peel right off. I mean, they just fall off. I don't have to pull them off like I used to. I don't know what happens to make it do that, but it makes the skin turn loose when you're cooking it. Got three more of them in the fridge. I think you could take one and make a sandwich out of it. They're so big. Oh, Kentucky Fried used to be out there. They had a brand new nice building and all. For some reason, they closed it down. That was the only Kentucky Fried Chicken that I'd ever seen that had a buffet. I'd never seen one before. And Dad wanted to go there one day because he said that they had chicken fried steak on their buffet. Well, they don't keep it out on in the pan on the heat buffet table. You go up to the counter and they'll get you one fresh. I pot pie is the same way. You can get a pot pie or whatever. I'm not a fan of their pot pies or their chicken fried steaks. Boy, Dad did. He liked them. Dad was a chicken fried steak freak. He loved chicken fried steaks. Meatloaf, uh, Cracker Barrel, KFC. We had a Dixie Cafe, and that's the places he wanted to go. Which KFC was okay. Cracker Barrel was okay because I always got breakfast. But he wanted either chicken fried steak or meatloaf. And Dixie Cafe, that to me, that I was not comfortable there. It was very uncomfortable for me to even be in that place. Did not like it. Boy, he liked their meatloaf and chicken fried steak, so he wanted to go. Then there's another place on the west side that he liked going to for breakfast because they had real fried potatoes for breakfast, cooked with onions in it. And they were good, don't get me wrong. I normally would just get a hamburger, but he'd get the breakfast because they hand patted their burgers and had them cooked them on a flat top and crusted them up real good. Fresh vegetables on it, they were really good. What was that? Burgers and More is the name of it. I think they're still open. Oh, I know it, Robin. I've got a $25 gift card that brother gave me for my birthday one year, and I hadn't used it. I don't know if it ever expires or not, but I got it. I've had it for 15 years now, I think, at least 15. I forget how long I've been single. It's crazy. It's been 6 years since I've been single. Because in 2020 is when uh, she couldn't, she wasn't, she couldn't come on the property. She would, and they'd arrest her, but that was the only thing. She got arrested probably 6 times. And, but 2020 is how long I've been single. In fact, it's this year, July. Brother and I went to Cracker Barrel a couple of years ago, and I got the Friday fish that they had, which it was good. You know, I got the I didn't think about it, but the hash brown casserole I didn't get it. And I love it. That's one of my favorite things that Cracker Barrel has. And then pancakes. I love the pancakes. I just love all of the breakfast. That's the only place I've ever ate grits is at Cracker Barrel. Never ate them anywhere else. And I'll just say it this way: you really got to like grits to eat them. I I ate them; they had a good flavor to them, but that's it. I didn't like the texture of them, but I did eat them one time. Yes, they are, Rex. It's just unfreaking real. There's a movie out. It's about McDonald's. You know, the founders, the McDonald's brothers. I can't remember their name. Then the one guy is played by Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks. No, it's not Tom Hanks. Well, the problem is going to hot springs. All of the real good places to eat, I'm talking the good places, it is in no man's land, Robin. You guys don't understand. That part of Hot Springs is the worst part of Hot Springs to be at during the daytime because everything is out there on that side of town. And so the traffic is horrible. Now that they have the bypass finished out here, I could go down there down the road, hit the bypass, and go all the way to Central on the bypass. And it actually comes out at Cracker Barrel. You can go to Cracker Barrel off the bypass. It's right there on the left hand side of the road. So I can do it that way. The problem is right across the street from Cracker Barrel is a place called David's Burgers. And I'm going to tell you what, they have the best hamburgers in Hot Springs. I've ate there twice, once with brother and once with Cody. And I tell you what, it's freaking good. And they hand cut their fries, they're all fresh cut. They come around to your table and they got tongs and they'll pull them French fries out and give you as much as you want till you leave the facility. And it don't cost you extra. They just do that. You got endless amount of French fries. There's a girl walking around table to table. Would you like more French fries? You could sit there and just order French fries and roll out the front door and be so full you couldn't stand up. Meat potatoes. But they got the best hamburgers in Hot Springs, if you ask me. And it don't cost any more than McDonald's or Burger King or Wendy's. That's the thing I like about it also. It's not expensive. and it's good food. They had a grilled chicken sandwich I wanted to try. And that's the problem with going to Cracker Barrel is there's too many options right there. You got Red Lobster, you got Longhorn Steakhouse, uh, just all right there off of that bypass. Zaxby's, Slim Chicken. If you never heard of Slim Chicken, man, they got the best chicken strips. Oh my gosh. I'm not a chicken strip fan unless it's from Popeyes. But they got some good ones. It's kind of like a couple of times Cody and I'd be in town and we'd be on the west side. And you got Walk Express, you got Wendy's, you got Arby's, you got Popeyes, got a chicken fish. They have catfish and chicken both there. I've never had it, but they say it's really good. Just a lot of options out there. So when we was on that side of town, I'd say let's run over to the Walk Express. And when after it's all said and done, we're going through the drive-through at McDonald's. I have never set foot in Chick-fil-A restaurant other than when it used to be in the mall. That was 30 years ago. Never went through the drive-through. Never ever other than 30 years ago. And that's Izzy's favorite place to eat at. So we had to make a special trip to Chick-fil-A drive-through to get her chicken tenders. And I asked her, I said, "Can I have one to taste?" And she says, "No, they're mine." So I was going to buy a grilled chicken, and then Cody says, "Well, let's go to Taco Mama's." 'Cause I'd never had that either. So she took her Chick-fil-A bag in the Taco Mama's and ate Chick-fil-A there in that Mexican restaurant. I had a burrito and two tacos. I got them frozen mini tacos in the freezer that actually tasted better than Taco Mama's food did. It was disgusting. It's so bland, no flavor to it, nothing. It just like but he said it was good. Cody said it was good. That's the reason why we went. Well, Cracker Barrel, where it's at, is about 20, I'm going to say close to 30 miles from the house. And it doesn't matter if you go the bypass or if you go through town, it's the same distance. And actually, you could get to that part of town if you go down through downtown. But if you take the bypass, you don't have to fight with traffic and pedestrians and all that crap. You get on the bypass, you go from the junction of 5 and 7 all the way out there to Central on the south side of town, and you don't have to battle traffic. That's what I like about that bypass. The only part of it they didn't complete was from uh, Albert Pike at Bull Bayou Bridge over to Highway 7 north where I live. They were going to do it, but they'd have to go build somewhere either build a bridge across the lake or buy private property, and the property owners weren't willing to sell. And so they ended it on Albert Pike, and it bypasses the whole city of Hot Springs and comes out by me. So you can jump on my road and get all the way over to the west side of Hot Springs without having to battle all the traffic. I I've had a chicken sandwich and I've had chicken strips, and neither one of them, I don't get it. To me, I bought some banquet chicken patties, and to me, that's what it tasted like. You know, you can go home and cook you a banquet chicken patty and put it on a bun and call it a Chick-fil-A sandwich. To me, that's what it tasted like. But no different. But my flavor taste buds are different than everybody else's. I'm sitting here. What was it the other day? I cooked something I normally would eat and I like, and I got to eat it. And what am I doing? This is nasty. So my taste buds are subject to change by the day. It stays the same. I guess the only chicken I like from fast food is Burger King's original chicken sandwich or McDonald's chicken nuggets. Now that's them kind of places, because that's the only two places that I would go to often, quite often. And like I said, Slim Chicken in Zaxby's has good chicken strips, and then Popeye's chicken, whether it's strips or on the bone. Never had a chicken sandwich from there. But anywhere else, I don't like their chicken. Each place has, when it comes to the owners of it or the cooks of it, when they have the opportunity to change chicken, whether it's the breading on it or if it's frozen breading, that person that's responsible for ordering and getting that chicken product into their stores, they may think it tastes good and they can sell it to the public to where the public gets used to it. And Chick-fil-A, this is one of them I'm talking about. Chick-fil-A started out in like malls and convenient places. And so that's where they got their big start. And then they expanded out, like the one at Hot Springs. They've got a big place now. They bought a place and they tore two restaurants down to make this one. Fazoli's was one, and then there was another restaurant there right beside it. Well, they bought both of them, tore them down, and they built their Chick-fil-A restaurant there. They have two drive-through lanes, and I guess most all Chick-fil-A's, as far as the drive-through lanes, they have people standing outside taking your order. And that's the way it is in Hot Springs. Both lanes, they got people taking your order on the tablets. And that's just where it got started. It was the convenience and the cost. Back when they were in the mall, and mom used to go stop there all the time. She'd go shopping at the mall at Dillard's and Penny's and Sears. And so she could stop there and get her a chicken sandwich and not have to worry about getting it anywhere else. And that's the way it was. People with kids going in there getting the nuggets and sandwich and stuff. It was convenient and it was cheap. And that's just the way they were. That's how they started. I don't know. I can't remember what I paid for Izzy's meal that she got, but it wasn't no more than any other place. In fact, it might have been cheaper. But anyway, I bought chicken strips in Bryant one day because I hadn't tried it since I was in the mall. That was years before, and so it was right there beside McDonald's. So I pulled in McDonald's parking lot. They have a big truck parking in the back. So I parked the dump truck there and walked across the street and ordered a Chick-fil-A and ate there. And I just wasn't impressed with it. And it's kind of like you eat certain things and you get used to it. You like their flavor. If it's got breading on it, you like their breading, the flavor of it, the chicken, and how it's cooked and stuff. Well, that's what you expect everywhere. And I just wasn't impressed with it at all. But that's me. I'm just a grumpy old picky man. If it ain't my way, it ain't right. Like I said, my way might change from day to day. So I'll stick with my McDonald's nuggets and my Burger King original chicken. I think I'm going to lower the mood tomorrow. I'm going to order from DoorDash. I'm going to just go ahead and bite the bullet and get it. I've been saying it for how many years now? Ever since I found out DoorDash would deliver out here. Let's see, what do I have in my order cart? What is tomorrow? Saturday. Oh, Taco Bell. Let's see. Layers. Who eats taters on nachos? There you are. All right, there we go. Just see what it's going to cost me to get a three taco combo and nacho grande. How about $37 for two items? What a dear, what a deal. Okay, let's go back. I know I got Tasty Freaks, but I don't know what they have on this. Our Saturdays. Express. I know I got there. That's going to be $80. Subway, Sonic, Burger King, Popeyes, and Frosty Tree. Let's go there. Store. I know it's closed. Let's see, I got 4 items. Double cheeseburger, onion rings, and 2 regular hamburgers with onions and mayo. How much is it? $40. $40. They're supposed to have good hamburgers there. I don't know. I know you're closed. I told you that. I was going to order from Longhorn too. $100 bill for them. What's wrong? McDonald's, Wendy's. Yeah. Well, see what it is. Something I like. Oh gosh. Nacho fries. Them things suck. I like the chalupas. I get a taco salad. They're itty bitty things now. Take 4 of them to fill me up. Well, we done with that. Let's go somewhere else. What else we got? Even Subway's 30 something dollars. 40. $43 freaking dollars. $43. What do we got? 3 items. Whopper meal and 2 original chicken sandwiches. $43 for that. I wonder how they make their money. I'm not ordering from anybody. Just looking at what I had in the cart. I'd like to try that frosty treat. That's where used to you could get the best chili hot dogs on the planet. That was years ago, and they got new owners and stuff. Brother likes it, but I've never ate anything there in years. So, I like Burger King's ham, egg, and cheese croissants. That's my favorite. Them things are so good. Flaky, buttery, soft croissant, smoked ham, and egg on it. Oh, that is so good. Brother used to get to, I don't remember what they called it, but it had ham, it had all the meats on it. That's what he used to get when we'd go with Dad at Burger King for breakfast. I can't remember what it was called. Mm. The only chicken sandwich I've had from Burger King was just the original chicken. And that's, oh man, I love it. And I used to like their hamburgers, but last couple of them just didn't taste good to me. Could have been an off day for me because I know it wasn't a consistent flavor. I'd have good days and bad days there. I kept going back to them. It was either there, Popeyes, or Taco Bell. I wouldn't go to McDonald's because we had McDonald's out here. I wasn't wasting money and time on McDonald's, so I'd go to Burger King or, like I said, Taco Bell or Popeye's Chicken. I had the apps, so you earned crowns on Burger King. You know, I think you still do. It's been a while since I've been there. I was getting free food out the wazoo because I was going there about every 2 weeks, and so I accumulated a lot of crowns. I didn't spend them when I got them. I just accumulated a bunch, and then when they started taking them away out of your account, that's when I'd order. There was 2 times that I got a double Whopper meal, like 4 or 5 regular hamburgers, and then the next time I got 2 chicken sandwiches, a double Whopper meal, and 2 hamburgers, 2 regular hamburgers. So you could eat off of, and on they would upsize your drink or French fries. So if the meal come with medium, it automatically end up being a large order of onion rings or fries, and then a large drink. Now McDonald's, they have buy one get one free on the app. They don't advertise or anything, but if you got the app, and they'll let you they'll let you do that. Not all the time, but you have to watch them and see what they'll offer. And the problem with McDonald's was you could only claim one offer per visit. So in other words, you could use, like, if it says buy one get one free, you can only do that once, or use your points. They wouldn't let you buy multiple items using your points. You had to go in, drive around the drive-through circle and just keep going back and get what you want. Burger King is different. You can order multiple things and use your crowns that you accumulate. That's how I ended up with all the food I got. And like I said, at least 2 times I got it like a week's worth of food each time. And it's worth it. To me, it's worth the trip to town. Popeyes. Popeyes didn't really offer anything. Wasn't any different than just going up to the kiosk and saying, "Give me some of that there chicken. I want some of that there Popeye chicken. Give me some wings and thighs." Nah, I don't like them there breasts. They just too dry. I, I, it probably does. Now, I learned something last night, yesterday, and it's not the shot. It's I was blaming it on my iron pills because it. There was times that when I belch, it tasted really bad. I can only imagine what it smelled like. Hey, Judy, how you doing? Good seeing you. Well, turns out chili. I ate a can of Bush's. Is Bush's chili? Hormel chili. I looked at the can. I can see it from here on the pantry. That chili is getting to where it flat just it's a awful taste in your mouth if you have to belch. Hey, Robin, that's just the way I am. I love talking about food. I love food. I love talking about it. It could be a cooking show if I was actually a cook. And if you'd have known me back 10 years, I could show you some good recipes. It's like I've said in the past several times, I was taught by my grandmother and my mother how to cook. So ain't nothing healthy about my menus. You get what you get, and that's all you get. I watch a lot of these. I used to. I ain't watched cooking shows probably a year or two. I still watch Cooking Channel every now and then, or Pitmasters. But like breakfast gravy, sausage gravy, or what Grandma always called it sweet gravy, because she used regular milk, whole milk, and that's why she called it sweet milk, because the whole milk actually make it have a little sweetness to it, and that's what she made. Grandma taught her how to make gravy, but Mom started using water instead of milk, and that's what I was raised on. That's to me is true Southern breakfast. You just add a cup of pepper and salt to taste, and that was breakfast gravy. Either use sausage, grease or bacon grease. No, none of this vegetable oil or canola or extra virgin olive oil for making gravy. Sissies using that crap. You use a real thing: grease, bacon, sausage, ham, chicken. When you make gravy, there better not be anything healthy put in it. That's not the purpose of Southern gravy. I see people putting paprika, garlic, all kinds of crap. I'm going, you call it Southern, you better call it Northern because there ain't nothing Southern about it. 'Cause we didn't have that crap. My chili, homemade chili, my homemade stews, soups, all my fried foods. I got chicken noodle soup. I can't eat chicken noodle soup because it has so much sodium in it. It just makes me balloon up for a week or better. I've got soup over there. In fact, I bought another can of beef vegetable soup. And I know if I eat it, I'm going to swell up because all that stuff has so much sodium in it. I just can't take it like I used to. I used to love bologna sandwiches with chicken noodle soup. That was my favorite dish growing up and through most of my life. That was my favorite. I'd make two plain bologna sandwiches with Miracle Whip. Nothing else, just bologna, and it's not cooked. It's right out of the package on bread, Miracle Whip. Cut them in diagonal, whatever. Get a bowl of chicken noodle soup and sit there, dip my sandwich in the soup and drink it out of the bowl. Slurping it. You have to have a handful of paper towels to wipe, keep your face wiped off. I never did. I didn't start eating tomato soup with grilled cheese until I was an adult. That to me, it just never sounded good when people would talk about eating it or making it because we never had that. Mom never cooked it. Grandma wouldn't dare cook grilled cheese sandwich. That was illegal to do in her house. If you're gonna eat cheese on bread, by gosh, it ain't gonna be cooked. It's gonna be regular light bread with a piece of cheese slapped on it. That was your sandwich. And then I cooked one time grilled cheese sandwiches and had Campbell's tomato soup. And that was the first time I'd ever ate it. I was in my 40s or 50s before I ate it. And I thought, that's not too dang bad. Then I dipped my grilled cheese in the soup and ate it. And I thought, man, that is pretty freaking good. So I made it a lot. It was real easy and quick. And then they come out with them panini presses. I thought, man, if they had that back when I was making them sandwiches, you could make four of them at a time. But I figured out how to quicken up. Used to, I would smear the butter on the outside layers of the bread. Well, I learned it a quick way to do it. That's when I got started using squeeze butter, that Parquet squeeze butter, because you just put it in the pan, set your sandwich on top of it. When you want to turn it over, if you don't think there's enough butter in the pan, squirt some more butter in it. Melt it up and slap your sandwich on it and fry it up. That saves you time. I hated buttering up bread because it always ripped the bread. So that's why I started using squeeze butter. Then I started using it on everything. Man, that's the only way to go. Talking about breakfast, uh, out of anything Izzy could have for her birthday meal last night, she wanted breakfast: eggs, bacon, and eggs, bacon. I can't remember what he said he made her for birthday meal. I thought that sounds freaking good. I'd go for that right now. That's anytime meal. I made that. I couldn't tell you how many times for supper. Man, I miss that cooking. And like I said, I'm set up to where it wouldn't take me, 20 minutes and I could have it cooked. And then pour the grease into a can, and put some Dawn in it to get the greasiness out, and then put it in the dishwasher and let it clean it in it. Wouldn't be no big deal. I just don't know why. Yes, ma'am. I have two containers, one new one and one about half full left in my refrigerator right now. I love that stuff. Toast. You couldn't ask for a better butter to put on a toast. And it ain't real butter, it's margarine, but it still has a good taste to it. Used to, I'd make sugar cinnamon toast in the toaster oven. And man, that sugar would caramelize in that butter and just, oh, it was out of this world. Grandma taught me to do that. I did a bitty. She wouldn't let me do it, but she showed me how she cooked it. Then when I got old enough to cook, I started making just plain cinnamon or sugar toast. My mom didn't have a toaster oven, so I used a regular oven. Parquet squeeze butter. Just type it in your search on Walmart or stores you use. Type it in as Parquet squeeze butter, and it'll pop up if they got it. I can't. Even in cooking eggs, I'd squeeze a half a bottle in the pan and put about maybe a tablespoon of canola or vegetable oil in it. That canola or vegetable oil will keep your butter from burning. When you fry bologna or hot dogs, you can put butter and then a little bit of some kind of cooking oil in the pan. It'll keep it from burning. You get the butter flavor, but not the grease. It doesn't burn. I've still got an apple pie in my freezer. What is it, 3 or 4 years old now? Is it still good? I don't know if it's still good or not, Judy. It should be because it's been in the freezer. My Walmart finally got Hostess apple pies in stock, Judy, and I was going to put one of them sugar-free apple pies in my cart, and I did. Once I come across them showing out they had them pies in stock that they hadn't had in 4 or 5 years. Well, I took the apple pie out of my cart and put 4 Hostess pies, 4 Hostess pies and 4 Hostess orange cupcakes. I better check and see if I, by gosh, they're delivering to the right spot because I changed it earlier to Albert Pike, so I better make sure. That's what I was afraid of. It's still set for Albert Pike. Albert Pike Walmart has the best selection of junk. So I have to go back and clean out my cart. They're not going to have all this stuff. See right there, 4 items in your cart are currently unavailable. 2 items in your cart can't be switched. Delivery from stores. Shit. 2 items can't have. 2 items in your cart have switched delivery from store to shipping. Let's just see what the hell they're talking about. They ain't got a damn thing yet that I put in there. Move, move, move. Sucks. Dadgum, that was about $30 worth of crap. So what do we have left? So I'm gonna have to go in there and put all of that stuff back in there. Only thing I have left sweet in my cart is them chunks of watermelon. I'll deal with it later. My brain is fried. Dad always ate cheddar cheese with his apple pie. He would warm it up, put a slice on a plate, warm it up, put a scoop of vanilla ice cream, and then a big chunk of cheddar cheese. That's how he always ate his pie, apple pie. I never thought anything about it. I thought that's kind of crazy. So I tried it one day. I didn't do ice cream, just cheddar cheese and apple pie. So I took a bite of apple pie and a bite of cheese and together and What the hell is good about this? That's nasty. So I never done it again. And I get in these spurts about cheese. I'm not a big cheese fan as far as eating it, but I like grilled cheese, and I can get away with the cheese. What I like about grilled cheese is because I fry it in butter, the bread, and the cheese melts in between the pieces of fried bread. That butter fried flavor on that bread is what I can eat too. I could fry my bread and not even put cheese on it. I'd be happy with that because I'm eating it for that fried bread flavor. And then sometimes, like ham sandwich, I'd forgot about doing it today, but I like every once in a while to buy when I buy ham, like I got right now, the Petty G. I'll put a slice of cheese on it. And if I want to, I'll put it in the microwave for a few seconds to just heat it up. But other than that, I'm not a big fan of cheese. I don't like it on hamburgers. Don't like it on Subway sandwiches. The one Subway down here at the Eastgate I used to go to all the time, I would nearly have to get in a fight with them to keep from putting cheese on it. Oh, you got to have cheese on your sandwich. I said, the hell I do. Hey, I don't want no cheese on that. You need to toast it. I don't think so. Oh, we got our first. it's, I'm going to shut my mouth for a second. Oh, Darwin, you got your girlfriend. You got your girlfriend. Hey, Judy, I got me a salad at the refrigerator. Got me one day. Never played again. Art, you must be your friend. I would, I would become probably old hairy leg Gomer trying to get into your camp. You know what I'm talking about. Got to be careful with these people. You want a steak, baked tater, and salad? I got steak and potato today. Well, I damn sure would, Judy. Guaranteed that. You know I'd share anything I got. I'm sitting here trying to think, how can I use that salad with that Petty Jean ham? I guess I could cut it up, put it in the salad, cut up some cheese, put in there, and use ranch dressing. That's what I've got, Robin. That's what I always buy. Is normally I just get the Cobb salad, and I got both. I get both ranch or Thousand Island, and I just alternate it. Some days I want ranch, some days I want Thousand Island. And I got to where I was trying to eat one of a week, then I burnt for a little bit and slacked off on getting once a week, and I'd get them about once every 2 or 3 weeks. But I love to have a salad, you know, to say it's healthy for you. All the crap I put in them. There wasn't nothing healthy about my salads. Nothing. Not a stinking thing healthy about my salad. Well, when you get out your car, Judy, just make sure you got a flashlight or something and watch for copperheads out in the front yard. I, I don't think I have any more of the copper water headed rattlers out there anymore. I need to put this damn spotlight out there on that front porch. I keep forgetting to do it. I put one on the back porch. That sucker is so freaking bright. I bought two of them. Got one on the back porch, but I haven't put this one on the front one yet. I normally don't turn my front light on unless somebody's outside or it has a motion sensor on it, but once once it kicks on, it'll just keep going on and off because of freaking bugs and moths and all that just keeps setting it off. So I just leave it off. But I have that night watcher out there that's pretty close to the house, so it lights it up pretty good. Not real good, but you can see with it. Not not good enough to watch out for the snakes. Them copperheads will blend in with your. If you got leaves on the ground, you may never ever see it unless it strikes at you. Alligators. Yeah, alligator. Any of y'all see that video where that guy attacked that fake alligator and some business in the mall in Florida had a artificial alligator set up in a water display, water fountain pool and stuff. He jumped the guardrail and all that, got in there and literally tore that sucker up. And he got arrested for it. Restitution was like $3,000 to fix that alligator. He was doing some kind of wrestling move on him. I can't remember what it's called. I ain't been in wrestling in years, but some famous move that one of the wrestlers did, he was doing it on it. So I come across a guy that's keeping up with the the happenings in Iran and then also with Kuwait. It's called Agenda Free News. And I started following him. He's pretty good. I like watching him. I don't watch him all the time, but I like watching him. Oh, I got a couch. Check this lady out. He's a little hottie there. She's loving on my most. Hey, baby, can we be friends? She says I'm her friend. Who the hell is this? How can I be your friend? I don't know you. It's a Oh, she's following me. Ooh, hello, baby. Oh my goodness, I'm I'm dirty old man. Worked at U.S. Coast Guard, assistant commandant for military personnel. Ooh, Coast Guard girl. Oh, from Los Angeles, California. Oh, thank you very much. But sweetie, you just a little bit too young for me. If I was about 20 years younger, I'd be hitting up on you, girl. You's a fox. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'll be all up in her. She's fine. Fine as wine. All I can do nowadays is just talk about it. That's all I can do. Back in the day, boy, I could do some things. Oh, that's funny. That's good stuff. So if you can see what I share on my personal page, we're back at it at the Fountain Lake Fire Department. We have a couple of members that have filed civil cases on the fire department, violated Arkansas law because of executive sessions. The board members taking and discussing subjects to do with public information. When it gets down to the nitty gritty, they will call for a executive session, and so they make decisions that they should be making in public, in private, making illegal meetings, and they got turned in to the Attorney General and the State Fire Protection Association, I think it's called. And so now they're going to have to answer to the allegations. And it could be bad for the fire department. I know the members, every one of them is going to be, board of directors are going to be summoned. And so it's a pretty good thing. It's the one thing that should have been done 5 years ago when it really got bad, and it's just gotten worse since then. And now there's three or four people that have been rallying together, getting the property owners together, and now the board is well, they're going to have to answer to some things anyway. And one of them or two of them are live across the street from me, husband and wife, and so I'm 110% supportive of them. And I told him, when I talked to him about it earlier this year, that, whatever I can do, I can't do physical anything. But I can support him in written or verbal ways. I can support it. And so I'm glad to see that they're pursuing and trying to get the board of directors straightened out, whether it means replacing the whole mess of them or the bad apples. Anyway, it has to change. There's three or four of them that's on the board that actually don't need to be there. They're the ones that's actually caused the problem. They appointed one member to fill in the term. I think it was a year and a half that was left on the former board member that resigns term. And he was a former fire chief and good guy. Jason's really good guy. I think a lot of him. And I thought, well, I'm glad to see him that he's getting appointed as an interim board member. Hopefully he can get some of the problems straightened out, but apparently he's not able to. It takes more than one person when it comes to issues like that. The good old boy way of doing business is not what needs to be done this time in this day, because even though it's a volunteer fire department, we are required, when we pay our property taxes, we pay $50 a year for our dues. And that's any property owner or business owner. That is a court order. That's the way it is. So we become from a 100% volunteer fire department to a fire district. And so there's a whole lot of rules that aren't the way the good old boys way was. And now you're going to have to follow federal and state laws that go with a fire department, whether it's business, whether it's training, whether it's men, equipment, PPE, which is personal protective equipment, whatever. You have to follow these laws, and it has to be documented. And if it's falsely documented like it has been, then that needs to be taken care of. And that's what's fixing to happen. And as far as our fire protection, we have 3 fire departments that are 2, 3, 4, 5 fire departments that are really close to anywhere in our district. And so if it comes to where our department is penalized anyway due to the board members, our district is going to be protected. So I just want to get it straightened out. If I'm paying my $50 a year, I want to know that money's being paid for the fire personnel's protective equipment, their the fire trucks, that's a biggie. Rescue truck, that's a biggie. You got it. By God, it better be operational. When you got 3 trucks and 2 of them's down, and 1 truck's supposed to protect the whole district, that ain't the way it works. So you're gonna have to use that money that all the property owners are having to pay when they pay the property taxes. $50, that's a lot of money. That fire department is collecting that money and not spending it where it's supposed to be spent. The biggest problem with that fire department, and it's been this way forever, I'm talking as long as even back in the days I was a firefighter in the early days, the board of directors does not want to spend money on training equipment. Come on, videos. Back then, you didn't have YouTube to go to. You had to buy them. But nowadays, I'm sure there's a lot of videos that's out there on YouTube or whatever. If you have questions on what to do and what not to do, you can find them on YouTube. And that's the big thing. Board of directors are stingy when it comes to training equipment. And another thing is personal protective equipment. Them turnouts, they have a life expectancy. The SCBA's has a life expectancy. So you can have it for 10 years. If something happens, well, the fire department is liable for any injuries due to faulty SCBA's in emergency situations. That's the department's fault, because there has to be hydro tested every 5 years, and that's not cheap. That ain't free. That's where the board of directors has to step in and take care of that. And that's been the big issue for years. And so now that it's being taken care of by the state, then hopefully they can get all that problems corrected. We started having to pay our membership dues 3 or 4 years ago, and it was mandatory. And used to, it wasn't. It was volunteer. If you want to pay them, fine. If you don't, fine. But when first truck rolls on you, probably that's $250. And it is, I can't remember. It was so much money per truck and so much money per firefighter if you wasn't a member. If you was a member, your dues paid for everything truck wise, personnel wise. And that's the way it should be now. That's why I pay it. Always have paid. And the chief, back when he was a chief, he kept telling me, you're retired. You're supposed to be getting your dues free. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm paying. And I paid my dues every year. And that was back when it wasn't mandatory. Now it is mandatory. You have to. So it's just got to change, It has to. Oh, were you? You know, I fought a lot of fires by myself because my job allowed me to. Usually, the chief's wife, Susan, she drove a truck, whether it was a pumper or a tanker. She would get the truck on scene, and I'd be the first firefighter on scene, and I would radio to her and tell her where to spot the truck and what the situation was. I'd do the assessment of the fire scene, and then we'd get on scene, and I'd pull a line off the truck and get it to where I could access the fire because firefighters, they're not allowed to go in by themselves. They have to have at least one partner to go in with them in the structure. Is I'd get to the spot where I could do best that I could on structure fires, and then the volunteers would start coming in after me and pull another line off the truck or two lines off the truck and start making their attacks on it. And one of the fires I was on, it was during the summertime. I was just so hot, about to pass out. I looked at my backup and I said, "Man, I gotta get somewhere, get out of this coat. I'm about to pass up." So I shut my line down. He shouldered me over to the where uh, where our rehab was set up, and LifeNet back then, ambulance service, they come over, put me on oxygen. The next thing I know, I'm getting phone calls to the house asking, if they could help because everyone thought I died. And I'm going, I'm still here. I ain't dead. I just got too hot. You know how it is, the turnouts are hot. It's like you get put in an oven. It, it, even though they protect you from burning, they don't protect you from the heat. Plus, your body heat, you're active, working your ass off. It's just, it takes a special person to be a firefighter. It takes a special person to be a medic. It takes a special person to be a police officer. You know, no, just not everybody can do them jobs. Yeah, I want to be a policeman when I grow up. Yeah, and then you figure out what's involved with it in real life. I want to be a firefighter. Yeah, half the people that sign up to be a firefighter can't get past the pre workout that they make you do. They have the agility test. Not all of them do, but a lot do. And if you can't pass their test, then you get kicked off the list. They don't. It's not all about just looking pretty and sleeping at a big building or driving a big red truck. You work your ass off. And I had around 25 years of active service with the fire department. Wasn't all at once. I took a break for a couple of years and I joined back up. And 25 years in it. If you watch police videos, watch court videos, you see what these people are can be out in public. You actually see it with your own two eyes because nowadays everybody has body cams, or you have looky loo bystanders videotaping it, not video, but recording on their telephones. So you see these videos, how people are. This younger generation that we have today are the most disrespectful people that on the planet. America is the worst because we've allowed it to happen. And the way they treat cops, even emergency personnel, ambulance drivers, rescue drivers, firemen. Firemen get killed. People shoot them. It's a sick world. And to me, it's not worth my life, risking my life to save somebody else in this public today, because I don't know what a bystander's thinking in their head. It's just not worth it. I miss the fire department a whole lot. I am not physically able to do anything. I was asked to be a board member. I can't put 100%, 110% in doing that no more. So I just rejected their offer. I can't be part of the fire department. And I miss it. I thought many days there's things that I could be doing other than on hands firefighting. And then I think, well, I don't know if I could or not. I can't stand, I can't sit. Just a miserable life. And so when you see these young kids and people in their 20s and 30s disrespecting cops, that'll tell you what kind of world we live in today, because there's none whatsoever. And these people that are being our protectors deserve a whole lot of thank yous, because without them, our lives are at risk. And the legal system today, and a lot of cops in a lot of cities are afraid to do their job because of being sued. I sit here every day. I'm talking every freaking day. I'm watching these videos, and these people are just totally out of control with officers. And I'm sitting here in my chair in my home hollering, tase them, face plant them. I'm hollering it. And I'm just here by myself with 3 cats, thinking they're going to hear me over the computer. This is recorded. It may be recorded from 10 years ago. Don't stop me from hollering, tase them, and face plant them, cuff them and stuff them. I get so much tied up in these videos, in court cases. These fucking defendants, attorneys, defense attorneys, they make me sick. I know they think they're doing their job, but they're just slapping people in the face, the complainants and the victims and stuff. It's an insult to what being done to them, you know. These criminals getting away with all this stuff that shouldn't be done. A lot of states have turned to no contest, deferred adjudication, whatever crap. And if you're guilty, you're guilty. There ain't no question. If you do a felony, that's time. No probation shit. That makes me so sick. How many people that deserve to be in prison for our safety, they're out on the street still. They're still drinking, still taking drugs. They don't report to probation. They don't even call. They can only get away with it a couple months. Eventually, they're going to get caught. They'll be caught in a car that's not registered, no driver's license, no insurance. That's the only way they're caught. It's just and the legal system has created that problem because of freedom of speech, which I agree with freedom of speech, but there's a limit to freedom of speech. You don't sit there face to face cussing out a cop, flipping him off. That's not right. You don't do that to a emergency personnel person, a hospital person, you know. Them nurses aren't getting paid to stand there and listen to you cuss them out and physically assault them. They're not getting paid for that. So I say if a person assaults a hospital personnel, my gosh, they better be doing some prison time. And this vehicular homicide crap, I can't tell you how many cases I've watched where these defendants are getting a year sentence for killing somebody, and they're freaking drunk or high on dope. It's disgusting what our legal system has got to. And that's because of the defense lawyers. They have found loopholes, they have twisted the laws, and the judges are afraid to get sent to the judicial courts, whatever body that governs them, that they just more or less agree with the defense attorney. It's disgusting. I get so aggravated I have to quit watching them and try to find something funny and happy, you know. I've been watching a ton of Drew Carey videos. I used to watch it all the time, but I quit watching it for several years, and then all of a sudden I'm back in it. I'm watching on TV. I'm on the videos on Facebook and YouTube, and I like Drew Carey show. It's hilarious. I think it's funny as can be. His brother Steve is it what they call them that dresses up in women's clothes. He's one of them, and it's just hilarious. And that Corner Gas, that's a funny show. It's kind of dry humor, but I like it. I guess I like stupid stuff like that. And it's a gas station and a restaurant that just you walk out of one building, walk in the other. Kind of set up. It's in Canada. And I like it. It's really funny. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up on Facebook or YouTube. You can find videos of it. It's Corner Gas, what it's called. Roku has it on there. I watch it on Roku TV. And if you ain't got Roku app downloaded on your smart TVs, you need to. That's freaking awesome. I watch it more than anything now. I watch Drew Carey, Corner Gas. I watch Beverly Hillbillies. All the things I would be interested in watching. South Park. They don't have Family Guy, Simpsons on, but it's got enough programming that I watch it. I don't hardly ever turn Jetstream on anymore. The uh, the only reason why I turn Jetstream on is to watch local news channel every now and then. That's about it. But other than that, I watch Roku channel TV live. Roku channel live TV is what I watch. That's what you download if you ain't got it. And just click on search when you get it downloaded and open it up. Just hit the search magnifying glass and type in what you want to see, and it'll pull it up if they got it. Yeah, it's crazy how these people act to people that's doing their jobs. You know, it's nothing personal. That's their job. They know they're guilty and they're trying to battle their way out of this situation that they've made themselves in. The the most comebacks that I've ever seen on police videos, when a person's drunk, I mean just falling down drunk, when the cop asked him, "Have you been drinking?" And the first thing they'll say is no. And then eventually, so I had a glass of wine or a beer earlier in the day. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, if it's me, yeah, I can see one beer, a 12-ounce beer, making me buzz. 'Cause I'm a very light drinker, have low tolerance to alcohol. But these people that drink all the time, their tolerance to alcohol gets big. It takes a lot for them to. So by the time it's all said and done, their story from one glass of wine or one or two beers earlier that day ends up being an 18 pack of beer in 2 hours. And that every cop video I've seen ends up like that. And if they say I don't want to do their sobriety test, that's instant guilt. You should know they are guilty of driving under the influence, whether it's alcohol or drugs, because in the long run, uh, they're going to lose the license most time for a year to 18 months for not doing the sobriety or the breath or alcohol. Nowadays, most places they'll file for a search. What is that? A search warrant to draw blood, and they'll take them to a hospital. That's where the problem with the people fighting with hospital staff is them refusing to let them draw blood. And that's where a lot of the issue comes into play. So yeah, if these people that do any harm whatsoever to a hospital worker, then that person should be accountable for it and be in the prison for it. I can't tell you how many aggravated assaults on police officers get actually dropped. And that's supposed to be a 5 to 20 year sentence because it's a felony. Some states it's 2 to 10, some states it's 5 to 20. And I've seen them literally drop the charges. I need to quit talking. The more I talk, the madder I get about it. All I got to say about our legal system needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be done right. I've paid my dues. I've been in trouble. I paid my dues for it. Made me a better person because I did it. I admitted to my guilt. No sense in denying it. Yeah, I did it. I know I did. But I'm not like these other people. I, I do what's right, admit my guilt, take my sentence, do whatever. And it makes me a better person because I'm an honest person. The more you're not honest, the worse it gets. A lie eventually it's gonna catch up to you when you lie about things. And that's why it's always to be honest up front because eventually you're gonna get caught for it. Whether it's lying or stealing, fess up, do the right thing. Because people, when people steal, that's a problem. The person that's doing the stealing don't realize you don't know what what they're having to sacrifice to have what they've got, or the money they have, or their credit. A lot of the stealing now has to do with fraud, internet fraud. And I helped out for a few years getting debit cards and things like that. But the world had gotten to the point that it's easier to use credit or debit than carrying cash with because you're not safe with cash. You don't know who's going to knock you in the head and steal what you got in your pockets. So it's easier to have a card and then you can call the bank once you gain your self and cancel the card or freeze the card, do whatever. So that's the world we live in now. This lady that you may steal $100 at the ATM machine, she leaves, you steal her money. That might be $100 more than she's had in 6 months. They don't know that. All they're worried about is their money, and 70% of that money is going into drugs. So this woman may have 5 kids at home. You don't know what they're going through. You don't know what their life is. You don't know just what their situation in life is. So the person that steals money, it doesn't matter if it's a juvenile, an adult, that person should pay that person back. And if it's personal belongings, then it should be replaced, or equal amount of money should be reimbursed. But it doesn't happen that way. A lot of people get things stolen from them that are things that are passed down from families, from generations, whether it's jewelry, household things, just personal things that has been passed down from families for generations. Things that cannot be replaced, And that's where I get really mad, is because they don't know where it's at. They pawned it. So they don't know who it's got it. Stole it, sold it on the black market. Well, I think $1 a day reimbursement for prison. Give them $50,000 if they pay back $1 a day in jail, in prison. So they have to serve that $50,000, 50,000 a day, $1 a day for 50,000 days. Because I know that some states will allow you to buy your probation, or you pay them for a day, so many so many dollars a day to get you out of probation. I seen that happen. I freaked out. I said, what? So you can bring up the cash and never have to even do a day of probation. Now that's just disgusting. Well, hey, little man, what you doing? I got all three of my boys over here next to me. That's strange. I know what you want. Your bowl's nearly empty. That's the only time you come over here to me like this, is when your bowl is empty. I bet you let me pick you up right now and hug you and kiss you and love you. Yeah, he run off after I said that. Hey, Robert, what are you doing? We talking about corn dogs. Prison and cops and court got me fired up. Robin, unless you call the opioids and like your hydros and oxys, which it's not for medical purposes, it's for the feeling you get when you take it. No, it most of my, well, I'm gonna say all of them I've watched, it has nothing to do with meds that's actually needed. It's meds that people want to get that feeling from. It's kind of like what's your name, Berna on Two and a Half Men, when Charlie got put on some happy grass. she, they they were sitting at the table and said, "Well, if I knew that he is into that, I wouldn't have to go underneath your deck to do mine." And then she quoted with her fingers, for my glaucoma. I've seen people in court. Why you smoke that stuff? It's illegal. Well, it's the only thing that helps me with my whatever. I got sand on my foot, so I needed to smoke it to help with that sand on my foot. Stupid crap that they're actually telling these judges. It's hard to keep from laughing. It's funny. Oh yeah, you got to be careful with that, bro. I watched a video, well, day before yesterday, and the caregivers. It was two ladies that one did personal care, and the other one did house care. But they did it at the same time. One they tried to work together, and blah blah blah. Anyway, they stole the person's car. It was an SUV. It stole checks, personal checks from him. And they were going to the bank and forging his name, filling them out, stealing money from him. And they got caught. And they were at the bank trying to cash a $400 something check. And the police got there. He's let us use the SUV, she told him. And they're having to use this other girl's ID to cash the checks because the girl that was stealing the checks was her ID was expired, but it was actually she had it taken away from her. So that's why this other girl got involved and they split the money. I've seen videos where people steal money or rings, jewelry, different things out of the home. I've actually seen videos where people working in funeral homes were stealing personal items from the deceased in the caskets, and the family members catching it, not with not seeing it done, but they know that items were there, and then all of a sudden they're not there. I've seen that happen, and that's a sick person that steals something like that. It's like my dad. I bought him a ring. I've got my ring still here in my safe, but I bought him and myself matching rings, and it was to honor his service in the army. And I paid a lot of money for it. And he once I gave it to him, he never took it off. He died with it on his hand, and so I told the funeral director, I said I would like to have him keep his ring on. Well, we've got a little tray in the casket that we would put jewelry in. I said, no, you don't understand. I want my dad to have that ring on because he never took it off after I gave it to him and he put it on his hand. And so through the service and everything, he had his ring on, but I don't know what they did with it after the service. At the cemetery, they didn't open the casket, but they had it open at the funeral home. He had it on at the viewing and all that. It was still there. But if you don't watch things like that, you have family members that want, whether it's a brooch or necklace, rings, and they want it to be left on the loved one's body. Got to keep up with that scrap because you don't know. I've got a story and I can't tell it because Facebook, how strict they are on subjects we talk about. But it was a really, really, really sick individual that worked at one of the funeral homes in Hot Springs, and he got caught in the act of it. And he went to prison for it. So that right there shows you what kind of people are out there in this world. They're very, very disgusting. And that's what you have to be careful with. You may think they're a normal person, and you turn around and find out what they've done or doing, and you just can't believe what they did. It's right there. The problem, someone like you or myself that require pain meds, it makes it harder for us to get what we need to try to live a normal life because of people that are abusing, taking, and stealing all of these drugs. There was a girl, and I went to school with her, and she was a nurse. She was an RN. And she, real pretty young lady at school. And she was pretty when she passed away. But she got caught stealing off the med card in the hospital. And she lost her nursing license. But she did not go to prison for it. They worked out a deal for probation and all of that. And I got a buddy. He didn't go, yeah, he went to school, but he was older than I was in school. He was a male nurse, and he was accused of doing the same thing. He did not lose his license, but he was suspended, and eventually he got him reinstated because they actually did not have proof of it. They were doing drug tests and all that on him, and he was negative, but they accused him of stealing off the card. And to this day, I don't think he stole this. That's in facilities, whether it's a hospital or a nursing home, an assisted living home. Nurses get laxed. They get lazy on certain things they have to do every shift, beginning and after shift, what they do. And a lot of it has to do with medications. And I did not know this until today. I watched a video on a lady that was accused of an incident with medications. She worked at an assisted living home, and one of the nurses they could not prove that they were using it or actually taking it, and I never knew what they would do. Medications have expirations on them, whether it's a day or 2 days. They only have so long to use this medication when they're in facilities. And if they fail to give it as doctor ordered, they're supposed to have a safe or a box that can be locked up to put these expired medications into. Well, when it come down to it, the medications that were supposedly expired and put up to where they were supposed to was not. There was nowhere on the facility that these meds were at, because they put them in little plastic packet bubble bags, I think she called them, and had nowhere where they was at. Their problem was that safe was not secured. They just had a regular cabinet, overhead cabinet that had a lock on it, and they quit locking the cabinet. So anybody had access to get in there and get what they wanted. And that's what happened. And the director that was supposed to be in charge of that was not doing her job. And she got probation, and that's just one incident that happened at that facility that Somebody was stealing medications that weren't locked up when they were supposed to be locked up. And it started out from medications. They have to fill out forms, put on the cart, administer to the patient, and then if it's not administered, then they're supposed to put it in their file, the reasoning why it wasn't. And then once it gets to that point, it's turned over to this director to to be secured until it's disposed. She has to sign off on all of that, and she wasn't doing that. I better shut my mouth and look at these comments. Yeah, I seen you talking to Dennis on his stream about your mom. I hope she's doing okay. Oh goodness. Is it bedtime? Is it bedtime? Don't you look at me that way. Poke you if I want. Poke, 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 poke. You're in the poking position. Poke, 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 poke. I made you get up. I made you get up. Want to be on camera? Huh? Be on camera? Let's see if I can pick you up on it. Look at her. You're on camera. Look at that big old belly. Look at that big old belly. Look at that big old belly. Big old Betty. Yeah. That's old Benny. Benny boy. Benny boy. Oh, boy, I'm supposed to do that. Now, I didn't put you on that camera for you to sit there and lick. I ain't got dirty hands. I washed them 20 times today. Try to hack one up. You'll sit there and lick, and then eventually, that's what you sound like. I told you my hands were clean. I washed before I even sat down. Yeah, I can take this camera and take it off here and just turn it wherever I want to. There's Fortune down there. Hey, Fortune. See, that's Fortune. That's where he likes to lay. See his artwork on the side of that chair. See it. And then Jordy boy, he's on the other side of. He's hunkered down there on that other toe.
That's what I like about this camera. You can move around. It's got 1,000-foot of cord. How in the hell? Okay, let's see. I sees it now.
Well, I was talking about getting up in the morning, which is actually today, now, running up the road and get me some fried eggs, biscuits and gravy. Does McDonald's still have biscuits and gravy for breakfast? I might end up just going up to McDonald's. Where you at? Where you at? Get me what do I get at McDonald's for breakfast? I don't remember. No. I know they're closed. Yep, they still got it. $3.79 for one biscuit with gravy. So I could get me a big breakfast. I don't want to have pancakes. Excuse me. Big breakfast of sausage, water, biscuit, and gravy with two biscuits. See, customize biscuit, two biscuits, $2 for a biscuit. Sausage gravy, extra gravy. $2.39 for extra gravy. Save changes. Add to my bag. $8.17 for two biscuits with gravy. They better be damn good gravy. Good biscuits. Customize. I know you're closed. I just need to know what it cost. Well, who are you? My computer is working. Saturday. She sausage. Oh, aren't you lucky? Are you lucky? I know. I mean, like for 2 weeks or all weekend will be here today. My daughter's too late. I bet that was a bed full. If they're as big as the Maine Coons I see, that's some big cats. I ain't got nothing to do. My biggest job is figuring out, am I going to get out of this house here in a few hours, go up there and get me some breakfast? That's my biggest, that's the biggest job for me this weekend. Am I going to get out of this house? You're being recorded. Did you know that? You're being recorded. See, look on the screen. It's you. You sitting there licking yourself like that. See, smell my hands. They're clean. They're clean. Chances are I'll probably go get my recliner, sleep. Well, that's what I plan on doing. Go to sleep and wake up, sit here and do videos. Get up about 3 o'clock out of my chair later on and make a ham sandwich. I don't know if I will or not. I might. It all depends on how I feel. You see, I sit here and I end up getting lower and lower and lower in this chair trying to get comfortable because believe it or not, my back hurts really bad. I can only move so many times to try to get comfortable. You know? So that's what I deal with. I can't sit, I can't stand. I I get my exercise going from here to my bedroom back there. Because I'll sit at this desk as long as I can. I'll get back, go in my recliner, sit in it for a while, and then come back in here, sit here, just back and forth. Back and forth. Then I go to the kitchen, back to here, back to there. And then when I'm going back to the bedroom, I'm stopping at the bathroom back there too. Well, I do my best, Rob, but I've talked to you guys about this. We just don't have as much viewers that I would really, really, really want to get involved with these streams. We have views afterwards, which is great, and I appreciate them. But myself, I started doing these. We had, pretty good turnouts. Had a lot of fun, and I guess people got their feelings hurt. And like I've told everybody, I was only doing what I was told to do. I couldn't do no more, couldn't do no less. And I'm sorry that whether I offended you or whether I was harsh to you, I'm sorry for that. But I was only doing what I was told to do and it was expected to do. And so I've apologized. I have invited people back. I don't know. I don't know how to get the viewers back that we had when it comes to our live streams. The biggest problem we have, Robin, is we don't make a whole lot of content to get out, to get people's attention. I've told you from day one, I'm the most boringest person on the planet because I don't know anything about anything. I don't watch news, a whole lot of it. Like I said, I've been watching that Free Agenda news, and that's it. Uh, Dealing mostly with Iran and the Kuwait issue with Russia and Kuwait. That's all I see. And so I'd rather not discuss topics like that because, it's not happy. I'm a happy person. I try to be happy. I try to be friendly, funny, joke around, and people got their feelings hurt thinking that I was bullying them or whatever, that was not my intent. My intent was to have fun and have a good time, but a lot of people took it as bullying, and I'm sorry for that. And but it's really discouraging, and we put a lot of effort into what we do. We don't get what we had, and up to this point, each time we went through everything that we've dealt with Facebook, we come back stronger. We gain a lot of viewers. I have always said I'm not in this for money. I have never once expected to be paid money. I very, very seldom ask for stars to be a subscriber because I want you guys to watch our content. And that's where we make our money, is your eyes viewing our content. Yeah, I don't feel right to ask you guys for anything. That's not, I don't feel it's right. And I've always told you, if you enjoy what you're seeing, that's great. You know, you could give stars. And I really, really thank the ones that are giving stars. I appreciate you guys. Dennis does. But Dennis, Truckers TV, the way Truckers TV can make money is off of viewers' reaction to the videos, whether it's thumbs up, heart. You know what I'm talking about. Reaction button. All of that stuff deals with how these pages make money. It's by you guys watching them. That's all I've ever asked. The only time I ever asked for stars is during Jerry's Christmas, you know, toys for the kids. That's the only time I ever asked for, for stars. And that's the only time I ever will. It's all about the kids. So I don't make no money doing this. Today, I don't make a penny. The only thing I've ever got out of this was that old goat Truckers TV cap. It was hand delivered to me. That's all I've made off Truckers TV. That's more than I ever expected. That was funny. Oh, did you tonight? I missed it. I'm sorry. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate that. I missed that. I have to look that up. I flat missed it. I'm sorry. Everybody has history. Everybody has issues. With they're facing battles in their lives. They're facing issues, whether it's money, relationships, job. And that's my motto. Don't judge somebody by appearances. You don't know what their stories are. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate you doing that. I really do. Dennis thanks you also. And it could be somebody standing next to you in the grocery line or at the fast food restaurant, and a kind word, how's your day going? Hi. Just simple things like that can mean the world to somebody. Like me, I don't talk to people. I don't see people to talk to. And so when I do, I talk their ears off. My brother, my son, their famous word to me is, Eric is calling. Uh, I got to catch this phone call. It's so and so from the job side. So that's telling me I've talked my limit with them. Because that's how they get me off the telephone. I go just nuts because I sit here, don't talk to nobody. Cats don't answer me. So Don't judge people by the way they are. You don't know their stories. I used to feel sorry for people that standing out on the side of the roads panhandling. Then I got wind of people pulling up in their SUVs and their Cadillacs, parking in parking lots 3 blocks away, and walking to Malvern and Springs. Panhandle. I could not believe that. And it was true. They had more money than the people that was giving them money. And I consider that theft because they were stealing from honest people. And after that, I was really cautious with giving anything to anybody. There, there's a McDonald's out by Lake Hamilton on Central where Dad and I, if we had to go that part of town, always go to McDonald's for breakfast there. There's a lot of good restaurants out there that have cooked meals. I don't know why we settled for McDonald's. Anyway, there was a veteran was there every time we'd go there. Same one. And if I did not do it, my dad did. We always bought him a sausage biscuit, sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with a large coffee. And I knew he was being honest because I knew his story. And like I said, whether it was myself or my father, he was going to get, normally it'd be 2 biscuits and 2 or 1 large coffee because that's what he wanted. You know, he could have had soda pop, he could have had this or that. I didn't care. I was going to buy him whatever he wanted. And it made me feel good because I was doing in my heart what I felt was right, helping a person that helped me have what I've got, which is being a veteran. My dad was a veteran. And I supported him. And I thought he's my dad. I thanked him for his service. You know, that's just respect for someone that did what they did for me personally. Not only being as my father being a good dad for me growing up in, but doing it for our country. And I was just that way. If I seen somebody at a business at VA, I'd sit there and talk myself to where I couldn't talk anymore to these veterans. Because that's just a kind word. Sit there in the smoking shed talking to these guys. They're veterans, you know. I know some of their stories. I know what they dealt with. I know what they've been dealing with their whole, not their whole life, but their life since they've been back from Vietnam. And it's really sad how the veterans were treated or are still treated today. What they do for us, they deserve a whole lot more than what they're being given. And it's really sad. You know. I know some veterans abuse the assistance, like we were talking about earlier about abusing their meds and all of that. But if you know their stories, you can see why they're trying to cover up the pain that they're living their life with, the mental issues. I can only imagine. I don't think I can actually imagine what they lived through, what they seen, what they had to do. It's really sad. In our government, in the American people, just spit on them, cussed them, and weren't good people to our veterans coming back from Vietnam. It's really sad, and they deserve so much more. And the unfortunate part about it now is big majority of them have passed on. They're not here to get what they actually deserved. And if I could, and if I had the means financially and physically, I would be a spokesperson for Vietnam veterans because they haven't gotten what they deserve. The care, the I know personally with my father, he was in during the last stages of the Korean War and into the early stages of Vietnam. And I seen what he went through with his medical, in which they took care of him really good. There was some issues that I had personally with his treatments, but they corrected it. And but the other part was his medications. His medications, he had a copay. They weren't 100% covered like his medical was. The VA hospital that he went to in Little Rock, the pharmacy is right there at the front door. You know, you walk into the facility, it's the main entrance. You got the pharmacy right there, so it's not off premises, it's right there. And his medications, you know, he took medication. He had not a transplant, quadruple bypass surgery. He had stents. He had an experimental stent put in him 1 year, and he had to carry a card for the rest of his life saying that stent was in his body, and it had a special coating for. I can't remember the purpose of the coating that was on this stent. It had something to do with, I just can't remember. It had something to do with his artery. Where that stent was, I just don't remember. But anytime he went into the hospital, he had to show that card. But the issue I had was with his prescriptions. But every year I had to take him to Fort Root, which was a different location. It was in North Little Rock. Fill out paperwork. Showed his monthly income and his monthly living expenses and all of that. It had to do with his life. He had to do that every year, and eventually that it would actually be taken care of. He wouldn't owe the money. And they didn't keep it on file. It wasn't like he was working, he was not able to work. And so it didn't change it. Whatever Social Security would increase, that's what he got. You know, I got the same, I would get the same thing he was getting, a percentage wise, or you, Rob, or anyone else that's on Social Security. That's what he got as far as raises, cost of living increase, whatever you want to call it. So you would think that the people at the VA could keep up with that, but they couldn't. So every year he had to reclaim these forms, which in the long run, it worked out for him by doing it, but it was just a hassle. And that just goes to show you in life, it doesn't matter what it is. You don't know until you do it whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing. And in his case, it was a good thing. He would always fuss and cuss about it, which that's just part of it. definitely. And he was treated really good. I couldn't complain about the overhead picture of his treatment at the VA, but he was one of the lucky ones. My cousin that was married to wasn't my cousin, he was cousin by marriage. When he married my cousin, he was in the Air Force. It took him 3 or 4 years to ever get accepted for VA coverage. And he was supposed to get 100% coverage, and he ended up not getting it. And he had to fight for what he got. And that's what they told him when he joined the service. He did his time, and this is what he was expecting. And he didn't get it. But he battled for 2 or 3 years, man. He finally got some coverage. Better than nothing, you know. But there's a lot of veterans who didn't get nothing. The rest of their lives and didn't get nothing. And nowadays, they have the issues of veterans in the Gulf War and all the conflicts and battles that they went through to present date with suicides. That's sad. Hmm. In my whole life, I've never gotten to the stage of thinking I wanted to do that. Never. That's selfishness, you know. I wouldn't want my family to have to live with that for the rest of their lives. I wouldn't be able to do that. But I've honestly never been down to the deepest bottom. Even with the recent situation I went through, not once in my mind did I ever think about doing that. It'd take a whole lot more than what I've went through in my lifetime to want to do that. But I wasn't battling what they were, you know. I wasn't getting shot at. I wasn't uh, feared for my life or my partner and friends that was there with me. I wasn't having to go through that kind of stuff. And they live with it every day, even to present. They think you think they're fine, but no, it's rolling in their head. If you ever get around a group of guys that dealt with this here through our time, you'll see that, yeah, it bothers them because just the way they act, how they on guard, I guess you call it. They're on guard all the time. It's really obvious. I can see it. Of course, been around so many veterans from different conflicts, from World War II to present day, not present day, but here lately. When I come around, I can be at any restaurant, and if I seen whether it's male or female, even the females, a lot of them you could still tell that they were just out of the service just by their appearances. And I'd approach them and ask them, you know, are you in the military? Are you out? Or yeah, if they said yes, I'd stick my hand out, offer a handshake and a thank you for your service and protection of our protection. And then I'd offer them coffee or a sandwich, whatever, you know. Can I buy you breakfast? Can I buy your lunch? A lot of them said no, but there was some that accepted my offering. And I was honored to do it because they're the ones that made it for me able to do what I do. So I wanted to show them some appreciation. And to this day, if I was able to, I'd still be there doing it. And that's what I say, respect. You earn respect with respect. And if you don't show a little respect, you're going to get no respect. And that's what we're dealing with today with the generation that's coming up. They have no respect for nobody but themselves, and they have very little for themselves. They just want to get by with what they want to do at whatever cost it takes, whether it's stealing, fighting, just whatever it takes for them to get what they want. They're not happy. They may laugh, this or that, but in eternally in real life, they're not happy. Their family life growing up is torn, you know. Divorces that just destroyed America because kids growing up in a split home, you got rules on this side, you got no rules on that side. So they go to mama, they stay at mama's, and they're disciplined, they do what they're doing, and then they go to their dad's for a day or two. They're let loose, do whatever you want. What do you want? If I can afford it, I'll buy it for you. Then after that second day, they go back to mama. Then mama has to correct them. And that's why a lot of the young people have grown up and became the way they are now. Well, looky there. There's Miss Deborah. How you doing? You ain't seen me in a hot minute. Well, Robin, wasn't it last week I was on here? Might have been 2 weeks. You know, Dennis and Andrew's been doing live streams so much that I just ain't been able to get on here and do one of these. Just woke up. What? That's my kitty cat attitude adjuster. You okay, Jordy? Come on. Come on. Come on. Up here. I don't know why you cowered down like that. I ain't never touched you. Yeah, I was wondering if you was camping out scouts. Oh, it's more than 15 minutes. That was when Andrew fired up, started streaming. That's what I do too. So I got to a point that I was sleeping like 6 or 7 hours straight, and then I had to start taking my meds more, and that screwed me up to where it's 2 or 3 days before I slept any. And then I adjusted how I took my medicine, and then now it's dozing off here and there until I get out of this front room and go to the bedroom, and then I'll lay down in my recliner, and maybe about 4 hours
I'll sleep. Right. When Andrew went on, that I noticed things going on the stream, so I shut it down. Sometimes it actually shuts. I'm surprised he was able to stream, because most time it won't let him when I'm on this. It won't let him start a stream. So now I was wondering about you, if you were still doing the scouting campouts and stuff like that. I thought maybe that's what you've been doing. Anybody want to rent some cats? Ah, every now and then I do. If I remember it. I don't. When I get up in the mornings, I do my morning business, and then kind of spruce up a little bit. I come in here and sit down. I sit here and rub my head, think, do I want a cup of coffee or not? So I sit here for an hour and a half thinking, do I want that cup of coffee or not? And start watching videos. And sit here, and before I know it, it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And by the time I think about it, she's through streaming, and I don't want rewatching the videos. So, not a whole lot. You're allergic to cats. I think there's times I'm allergic to them, because, and Ben is the worst. He's got bad dandruff, and I think that affects my eyes and my nose. Like right now, I'm kind of runny nose, and my eyes will start burning too. So I figure that's what that's from. You And but most time, they're, oh, I would, Deborah. I might fuss about them and all, but they're my life. I don't know what I'd do without them. Damn sure I ain't getting no dogs. I've battled dogs all these years. I don't own dogs. I got more dogs in my yard than the dog pound's got. Don't own a one of them, but they sure like my yards. It's their bathrooms. I sit here every freaking day, 2 or 3 times a day. I watch these dogs from down the hill and from over here come to my front yard right here. There's a big oak tree sitting here right here. where I used to park the cars, and 2 or 3 times a day, every freaking dog comes over. They piss on this one bush next to the tree, and they'll hunker up and take a dump right there by that tree every freaking day. Not my dogs, but they do it in my yard. So I've got the biggest bathroom there is. Oh, I seen that, Deborah. I got a notification that they were doing the live about the announcement that they had been announcing for I don't know how. So I got on that live and I was watching it, and when it come up to the point of needing donations, that's when I quit watching. But I did not hear him say that. I knew Caitlin was going to take care of the Michigan, but I did not hear him say that Ray was shutting the Florida one down. I was wondering about it, and I figured Caitlin, because Caitlin's been doing a lot of live ones here lately, so I figured once I heard what was going on that she would be running it, but I did not know. And I knew Ray had 1 or 2 new girls that was working there, and I thought, well, maybe they'll try to run that one down there too. But I did not know they were going to shut it permanent shutdown. And if it does shut down, is Ray going to move back to Michigan? I don't know any of that stuff. And honestly, I think I talked about her earlier, Deborah, and I think she got too big. Number one, she was doing good with what she had, and then she got that other part of the building expanded, which I thought was a good thing, but I don't know management of money, the extra expense overhead of the lease of the building, the cost of heating and cooling it, and all of that. I think they would be a whole lot better if they went back to one store. Because yeah, you got your north and you got your south, but it's all coming out of the same pot. You know what I'm saying? They don't have. They may say budgets. South is this budget, but it's coming out of the same pot. And I was talking about the prices. I got on there, I don't remember yesterday or today, not today, but yesterday or day before. I can't remember, but she's selling Hot Wheels, the little Hot Wheel cars. And when she said they were $7, I thought, holy crap. So I got on Walmart earlier and looked Hot Wheels cars up, and $3 and something a piece. I don't know. Like me, I'm a Walmart member, and for me, what I had to pay to become a member is well worth it, because if I had to pay for delivery fees, shipping fees, I'd be spending a whole lot more money. And like you do. I believe you do home delivery from Walmart. Sometimes I don't know if you do it all the time, but if you're a member, it's the advantage to it is you're not having to get out. It's delivered to whether you want to put it inside your door, on your cabinet, or outside, or hand it off to you. However you want to do it. I pay $55 a year, 54 something to change, and that right there, what, 5 deliveries, which that's 5 weeks, is what it cost me if wasn't a member, because it's $9.98, I think, delivery fee. And so people would be money ahead if they actually watched what they were buying and what they're being charged. Because you guys pay, you guys just go crazy on certain items, and I know what you were doing when you were buying it, Deborah. I know you were doing a good cause, and thank you for what you did. But she don't give a crap about whether you're doing kindness out of your heart for others or you buying for yourself. My God, she don't care. It's all about the almighty dollar. That's where she's hurting herself. And that's why I say it. I think they should shut the South down and concentrate on the North, because that's where it all began. And I think they can keep up North, and they may have another location there close up north to them rather than all the way down south, and do a whole lot better. I was always, when I started watching them, her Julie and Ray were having a good time and having fun, just not just them two, but all the girls that worked there. It was entertaining to me, and I'm sure a lot of other viewers, because just how they were acting together and being a mother-daughter team, and it was just really interesting. And that's what got me to watch them. And it wasn't about the products, because mostly it's women's and kids, and very little anything to do with men like my size or what I would like to buy or anything like that. It was just the entertainment that they were creating was interesting. And then once Ray went down to Florida with Jackson and started the business down there, that's where I seen the change in Julie. I believe the expenses that were being drawn out of the North, out of the whole pot, was getting to her. And you seen it where employees left, whether it was voluntarily or let loose. I don't know how it ended up that way, but it's not my business to know. I'm just saying I seen a change in how things were being operated, how it was being handled, and I really lost interest in what was being created. And when I started seeing the prices of what she was charging for stuff, and what it was that they were selling and for what it cost. I'd look it up online to see, compare it to what Walmart has, same products or equivalent to products. And I just couldn't believe that how the prices were, whether they were equal or higher, because the majority of them you can get elsewhere cheaper, regardless of what it is. And I assumed that she was selling products or half price or less than what you can buy it out of the retail stores. It's not no more. It's what she wants to pay, and if you don't want to pay it, fine, she'll get it somewhere. So it turned into more of a corporate image rather than a mama daughter working image. And so I just lost interest in it. No, she wasn't funny. And Ray by herself, honestly, I liked watching Jackson more than I did Ray. He would step in there and sell Ray. I'd rather sit and listen to him and watch him than I would Ray. Boy, quit tearing that box up. That's the longest they've had in this one box. Jordan has claimed it for a couple of years. He's got the bottom of it tore out. He's about to go completely through it. It has the whole bottom of it completely destroyed. Anyway, long story short, no, I don't watch it much at all. I hate that too because I really liked them. You know, I still do. They're good people in reality. I believe they are. It's just the dollar, how what money does to people. You think you're doing good, you can get more, you get greedy. And I want more. I want more. Whatever it takes, I want more. Eventually, it's going to catch up to you. Be happy with what you got, not what you want, because it could be a whole lot worse. All right, Miss Robin. Well, watch out. You never know about me. I might have another one this weekend. I may not. Like I said earlier, it just all depends on how I'm feeling. And thank you very much for the stars. I appreciate them. Dennis appreciates them. You be safe. Good luck with your day today, and we'll talk at you again. Enjoy that breakfast you're gonna get. If I could, I would. But you have a good night, Robin. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Back to Deborah. She wrote me a novel here. Oh, really? That's awesome.
That is so awesome. And what is you probably told me what page that is. I tell you what, this last 3 days, there has been so many live videos pop up on my news feed when I'm scrolling of uh, different people selling products. There's another one that pops up too, but I see that one, it pops up too. The first one you told me about, I can't remember the name. They come on too. I can't remember if they were live tonight or not. And I watched them a few times. I'm listening to see if you can hear that fan in my background. Oscillating fan going there. I don't know if you can hear it or not. I could hear it. Fine. Boy. Yeah, I see Amanda Decker streaming every day, most of the days. I've watched her a few times. If you don't freaking quit, water bottle time. What they say? I'm locked and loaded. I gave her some stars last week, I think it was.
So my security cameras was supposed to come in yesterday, and I got a notification that said something happened, an issue with delivering it to me. And the problem was it's at Walmart on Pike in town. And this was the issue that I was wondering about because Deborah and Eldon, my people that deliver my groceries normally, not all the time, but a lot of times, was telling me how that same day shipping and next day shipping works. And it's if they have the product in another store close locally from another Walmart store, whether it's Marketplace or the super centers, then they'll have it driver, because the company they use, they may pick up in Hot Springs or they may pick up out here. So if there was a driver available from Hot Springs, they would pick it up and then deliver it out to my store, and then my store would deliver it to me. Or the one in town delivery would deliver it directly to my house. So I was wondering how that was going to work out. And so they had to ship it from Mississippi. I can't remember the name of the town, but DC from Mississippi. And they shipped it to Albert Pike, which it's saying it's its main. The trailer was dropped off at the one on Albert Pike. And so now I have to wait. I can either go pick it up at the store or they'll continue to deliver it to me. So I ain't going to town pick up damn cameras. I'm waiting till they deliver it to me or give me my money back. I know I do, Deborah. You can't be too secured. These cameras are going to be replacing my outside lights. They have motion sensors on it, and it's a light. It screws right into the light fixture, and it has 360 degrees rotation. And wherever the motion is picked up from, the camera will turn in that direction and record whatever it is. You can either set it up to record or you get notified and you can tell it, you can actually tell the camera to start recording. So I'm going to try them the back door first. And if they work good, then I'm going to get one for the front. My front light fixture is a double spotlight. I think I can turn one of them down enough to actually have it work. And if it works good with the one I'm getting, then I will put one on front. And I got a good price on them right now. But anyway, that's how that worked out. One thing I didn't understand why they didn't just ship it to Hot Spring Village Walmart rather than ship it to Albert Pike in town. And plus, these cameras don't require a subscription. They got alarms on them. You can set it up to when motion's detected, the light will come on, the camera comes on, and then it'll actually start sounding the siren. Record an announcement to play back when it's activated. Get on my damn property. Only way you're allowed in this house is give me some food. I want food. Well, that's good, Deborah. These I've looked at him for quite a while, even when I got the ones I got right now. So, man, that'd be cool to have it that way rather than worried about solar power or wiring them up direct, to power. And honestly, I was looking at them first for inside here, and I figured out I don't have the screw in light sockets no more in my light fixtures, and so I'd have to buy one of them ceramic light fixtures, the old style, and run an extension cord and wire it up to that socket, and have it run off an extension cord, and I could mount it right here where my main light is in the front room. And it would cover the front door and the back door because the doors are the ones I'm concerned about. When I'm in my bedroom, I can't hear nothing going on in the living room. And now I've got the camera set up now, but they don't rotate. I've got the same cameras outside I have in the house. I have two inside pointed to the front door and the back door. Every time I get up, I'm setting them off because I'm in the view of it. I've got most of me set here at the desk blanked out to where it's not sending notifications. But as soon as I stand up, it sets them off. But anyway, I was looking at it to buy one for in here rather than setting up two cameras, just have one. But I'm happy with what I got out here in the front room right now. Because I got both of them on. I got one on one wall and on the front wall. Then I got the other one on the back wall, so it's covering the from the hallway to my bedroom back to the hallway on the other side of the trailer. So I'm happy. I get notifications all the time. I have to go in there and delete them all. And if you don't have Blink cameras, I learned this. I wouldn't recommend Blink for one reason. You have to subscribe. you you don't have the option of using the SD cards for a backup recording. The only way you can record the videos is if you subscribe and have them put on your subscription, and you pay for them, whether it's by the month or by the year. And it's not it's like $100 and something for what it cost me to have all of my cameras set up. And with the ones like I'm getting, it takes an SD card because the blank cameras will not, you can't put SD card in them. That's the way I do. I got my blank cameras set up on my laptop and my telephone. I cannot get it set up on my home PC. And that's what in the beginning, that's what I wanted to be set up on is the home PC also. But we've worked a couple of hours trying to do it, and there's just no way we can get it set up on it. But it took 10 minutes. We had the laptop set up. And so I pulled the laptop, I kept it here at the desk, and that way notifications would go on it also. But no, I wouldn't recommend blank. You got too many options out there that's actually a lot less money. That's subscriptions are not required. You download their apps. You have access to it, and the SD cards are for recording for your records. The one I've got will take up to 64 gigabyte, but my Walmart didn't have the 64. They had 32 gigs or 128 or 256, and it kept on going. It just went up all the way to 1 terabyte flash drive card. So when it reaches its max, if you don't replace the SD card, then it will start writing over the oldest videos, which is fine with me because I can install the SD card into my laptop, download the SD card to my laptop, and then Bluetooth it over to my home PC for storage. So I got it figured out. I'm just hoping it goes as easy as I'm talking about. And you can never be too safe. I've talked about that. Back years and years ago, we never locked the doors because we were safe. Shoot, you can't keep your doors unlocked now for nothing. I got deadbolts and all of that stuff on my doors. So the more security you have, safer you feel. When I'm in my bedroom, I have the sleeping machine on. I either have the air conditioner going or a fan going year round. So I don't hear nothing. All I hear is a fan in my sleeping machine. And if someone's trying to break into the house, I wouldn't hear it, you know. But with the cameras on, it will notify me. And I've got my notifications turned up on my phone all the way, so it's loud. Loud enough it wakes me up sometimes. And that's what I hated about all the dogs around my house. It was so annoying because they kept going off. There's times there's over 200 notifications overnight. It was just constantly going off, constant. And I finally had to lay the law down. It was quiet for quite a while, but here lately they're getting laxed on recharging the dogs' collars and I'm having a few of them come back in the yard. And brother, he doesn't let his dog out like he used to because every time he does, one of his boys' dogs tears his dog up. So I set the camera off more than anybody else does. I got a squirrel in the front yard. I don't know if it's the same squirrels or not, separate squirrels. I have one squirrel at the back porch that loves using my stairs to get up on my deck for some reason. There's nothing there. And I have one squirrel that likes to play out right there out my. I can sit here and watch it out my front window. Gets out there and plays and sets up. Has nuts in his hand. He's sitting there chawing on a nut, watching. I don't know. I think he's watching me because it's right there. And then I'll watch another squirrel come and they start playing. They set him off quite a bit. Last year I had the problem with spiders. Three of my cameras outside, they kept setting them off. One of them was a granddaddy long leg, and the other was a wood spider, and the other one was a katydid. They kept setting off. So you got the nuisance part of it, then you got the security part. It equals out. I was 3 days ago, 4 days ago. My one of my front cameras set off, and I thought it was one of the squirrels. So sat up in my chair and looked out the front window. And there's a little baby deer. I'm talking, it wasn't, I don't know, as little as it was. Wasn't no older than a couple of weeks. But it was down there, right there in front of the house. I sat up and watched it till it walked off in the woods. I never seen its mama. Then the next day, it did the same thing, set it off, and I sat up and looked. And I seen it again, and if there's another little one, and then there was two does. So I didn't know if they were twins or from one from each of the does that was out there. I had one right there at my back steps last week. Big old doe. Standing there right there with that where my steps was. I thought he was gonna walk up back steps. But she didn't. I had to adjust the settings on two of my cameras, the sensitivity of them. But you eventually figure out how to set your sensitivity, length of your videos, notifications, all of that. In a perfect world, you don't have animals, varmints, trees with limbs in front of your camera. Every time the wind blows, it sets your camera off. Shakes the limbs in front of your camera lens. Oh, it's been okay, Deborah. I had my doctor's appointment last Monday. Not this week, but last week, Monday. And it was okay. I'm still having issues with my iron level, and she started me back on the CoQ10. And calcium pills. A1C was 5.7, so it's still good. Doing really good, she said. And my she's keeping me on a 6 month visits. That's three trips a year. One lab for my annual checkup is I have to make an appointment, do labs, and then follow up a week later, or less than a week. I did labs on a Friday, and my appointment was on Monday. So I only have to do that once a year. I thought I had to do it every time I did labs, but she said no. Do the annual one And then on the last one, they'll draw blood the same day of my appointment. In other words. So it's okay. Everything. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Got labs every 6 months. Well, I was kind of glad we changed it to 6 months. Then I thought about it. My A1C, it bothers me so much, and extending it to six months. That's 3 months longer than what I'm used to, and I didn't know if it was going to make a difference because they're going to take the last 3 months, whether it's a year or 6 months. It's going to be the last three months that they're going to pull a sample on. And so it really didn't matter whether it's 3 months, 6 months, or a year. It's just a change. I wanted it. She set me up and she's keeping me on it. As long as it does good. I don't think I'd have as big issues as got if I didn't have to go inside Hot Springs Village. I don't like the place. The battle I go through to try to get through the gate nowadays, it's a hassle, and I'm sitting here shivering. I got to turn that air conditioner off. Got icicles hanging off my nose. But I can buy the A1C test to do it myself to house. Walmart's got them for right at $40, and I thought it was for one test, but it's actually for two tests. So in reality, it's $20 a test. So if it really bothers me to where I need to settle my mind, I can get one of them tests and do it myself to see what it comes out to. But so far, the Ozempic works for me. I don't think I have any side effects. I have appetites. I'm able to eat. Let's see. I did. Well, Deborah, you missed out on the conversation earlier about junk food. I had my cart thanks to Robin. I had Hostess apple pies, Hostess orange cupcakes, apple pies. I had that sucker loaded down. And luckily, I changed my delivery locate my delivery store from mine to one of them in Hot Springs, and it was showing it had all this stuff at I thought at my store, and once I checked, and I seen that it was still at the store in town, and so when I changed it to my store, of course, my store didn't have all that stuff. So I had to remove it from the cart. So all of that, what was it? The raspberry filled cookies, Archway cookies. I mean, I had a cart loaded junk. And after it's all said and done, the worst thing that I'd put in my body was $7 worth of watermelon. And I still don't understand that issue about watermelon or fruits. A sugar is a sugar, whether it's artificial or not. Your body can't determine what the sugar is. And you take fruits that has natural sugars, and your body's going to react to it like it does a regular chocolate cake or whatever, soda pop. It's going to respond the same. So how is it safe for me to eat fruit over drinking soda pop, you know? It's like the wind's picking up here. I think we got a chance of rain. Same clear sky. Drives. Ooh, supposed to be up to 97 today. That's gonna be warm. It's getting too dang hot too soon. But it's my problem with the fruit I like is if I like it, I'm going to eat a lot of it. Like bananas. I love bananas. One of my favorite. What? Bananas are my favorite. One of my favorite vegetables, fruits. You know, I got my ass reamed out for eating them. She said, "Well, you can have a half a banana every day or two. Can't eat them all the time." Well, stupid me told her I ate 4 of them back to back one night. And she just lit into me like it was no tomorrow. And I was shocked. She ain't never talked to me like that. My God, she did. And we looked it up on the chart, and banana is the worst for diabetic, according to what she showed me, because of the starch that's in it. It's the highest amount of starch you can get in fruit. And that's what I don't understand. Every practitioner you talk to, or nurse, a doctor that you talk to when it comes to diabetes, you get all kinds of stories. One, you may see one day and you see another one the next day. They're going to give you different, you know, stories. What's good for you and what's not. So the first practitioner I had, I told her that I have a hard time drinking water. And so I told her that I drank Diet Soda Pop. Back then, there's Diet Mountain Dew, the real name brand. And she said, I don't care. You can drink all of that you want. You just need to have some kind of liquid in your body. And then she retired. Then my next practitioner did not want me to drink Diet Soda Pops, water enhancers. Do not drink soda pop. Well, soda pop is majority of water, takes water to make it. And it's, in my opinion, it's the same as getting these flavored waters, that American Clear from Walmart. Tastes just like a regular soda pop. It has carbonation and everything. It's like drinking a soda pop, but it's water. What's the difference between a diet soda and it? It has artificial sweetener in it. It has a list of different stuff that's in the ingredients of this water. It doesn't make it any better than diet soda pops. So I don't know. Just drink my soda pops and be happy. Happy, happy, happy. I've been drinking Sam's Club colas. They good. I'm addicted to them. Come on now, Deborah. When am I out in hot weather? I sat here with freaking blanket on my legs in the morning times. What was it? Sunday, I had the heater going, blowing on my legs. When am I out in the hot weather? And I know I can be dehydrated by just not drinking, sitting here in the air conditioner. I'm living proof of that. I have it. I do not drink liquid, period. I don't eat food that has liquid in it. That's my problem with all of my health is I don't drink liquids. But with this Diet Cola,
I'm gonna tell you what, it's pretty dang good. Better than any Diet Cola I've found yet. It just doesn't have that bad afterbite to it. Pretty good stuff. Buy it in a 2 liter bottle. $1 a bottle, you know. You can pay $2 and I can't remember what it costs for a Diet Mountain Dew and get was it 20 ounces for $2 and over $2, where you can get this Sam's Club and Great Value diet sodas for $1 a liter, 2 liters. So that's what I've been doing, buying it by the 2 liter bottles, and I bought some of these Ozark Trails steel double-walled thermos cups with the lid flips up and has a straw in it and all that mess. And that's what I use now. I don't drink out of the cans no more. I don't sit around nursing cans. I got some of that there sophisticated stuff. How long have I been on? I've been on 7 hours. Yeah, the caffeine, that's what dehydrates you. They want you to not drink caffeine drinks. Well, I look at it this way. I'm happy. I'll take a little criticism with my health. I'm comfortable as best I can be. And if I decide I want to drink Diet Colas, well, unfortunately, that's what I'm going to drink. I got a case and a half of Diet Mountain Lightnings I've had for, 3 weeks now. I hadn't had one of them in a few days. I changed my whole majority of my diet. I changed. I went from frying everything to baking it, or air frying it, or broiling it. And that was the biggest obstacle I think I had. Well, that in soda pop. Back then, I was actually drinking regular Mountain Dew or regular Coca-Cola. And them were the two things that was really, really hard to change. And it took me many years to get that out of my system, because eating habits are like being addicted. You like things, you don't think you can hurt yourself by not changing. And that was a lot of my issue going through diabetes,
was knowing what I could and could not do. And not only diabetes, heart health, circulation health, a lot of it, your diet affects all of it. And I sat here to this minute craving certain fried food. I don't make it, but I wished I could. And I could if I did it. I just don't do it no more. I do not. So that was it. Like I said, it took me many years to get to the point I'm at. And if it pertains to iron, I'm taking iron pills. I'm on pregnant women iron pills. I don't use over the counter iron pills. They're prescription for ladies under the pregnancy. I ain't pregnant though. I ain't pregnant. You're not giving up chocolate. Well, see, that's an issue. As long dark chocolate's actually good for you, good for your health. Milk chocolate, I don't know about milk chocolate. I know dark chocolate's good for you. My gosh, I got the pills right here. I'll tell you exactly what they are. I can't pronounce them, but I can tell you. Ferrets. That's what it says. Ferretts. Ferrets. 325 milligrams. Tablets. Take one a day. That's what I'm on. Oh, also, she wrote me a prescription for medicine for my ear. Try a Malosalone. You, you put the dab of it on a Q-tip, slather it in your ear. I think it's helping. It doesn't itch. It still itches. Don't get me wrong, but it sure ain't nothing like it was. And that's great. That is super. You did that for him, Judy. And that's the way I feel. What makes you happy, by God, do it. And if it means eating exactly what you want to, then you do that. If I get to that stage, I guarantee you I'll be eating fried potatoes, fried chicken, fried pork chops, fried, you name it. It's going to be fried in bacon grease because I want to live my remaining days to where I can eat the way I want to eat. I'm a food connoisseur through and through. I even had that dang bacon up in my cart I was gonna give me some of that delivered to the house. My store don't handle that stuff. That's my store sucks. It's more. It's what they call a healthy diet store because of all the Yankees that live up in the village. That's what I told you. They cater to them people. Yeah. They will not have that garbage in their store. And I look at the snack cakes they got, and I'm going, my gosh, you got to be kidding. This is all you carry? Disgusting. Disgusting. Wait a second. Did they have my raspberry donuts at my Walmart? They usually do. Yeah, they got them still. So I overlooked that. I have them in my cart still. Oh, me. Let's see what they got. Go get that. I was looking at, well, I got some, but when I was looking for some ham, the Oscar Mayer ham is twice the price of just their regular ham. They call it the extra lean. I used to like Oscar Mayer ham, but over my adventure of life changes, I used to like ham that was honey baked and all of that stuff, and I don't like it anymore because it's sweet. I don't like the sweet flavor of ham. Uh, that Black Forest ham is really sweet to me. I gotta get laundry detergent. I forgot about that. Mm. Good grief. Let's see here. I'm going to hold off and well, I'll go ahead and put them in there. I didn't have my tuna. Hadn't had my spam yet. I got one slice of tomato left. I had me a slice on my ham sandwich today. I'll have the other one on it tomorrow or today too. I'm all screwed up. Oh, that's a meter. Okay. No, this. I done forgot what it was. I was going to go back to last week's shipment. I have to look at it all. No, that was today's. I had 2 deliveries from Walmart today. That was unusual. Okay, July 3rd. There it is. There's something on there that I'll order another batch of. I knew I paid for that. Oh, there it is. I like that's the thing about during the summertime. I love tomatoes. I'll just cut them up. I'll eat a couple of slices of tomato with my breakfast cereal. I like that stuff. Wintertime, I'm not too keen on them, but during the summer, it's just a good addition to your meal. I did buy me some uh, battered or breaded okra. I bought a bag of it. Well, Judy, it's probably because I've been talking about it for what, 100 years. I still hadn't made my sloppy joes. I ended up throwing the can out in the garbage because it expired. I ain't even. I haven't. I have not cooked. I've got probably 3 or 4 1-pound packages of ground beef in my freezer that just literally needs to be thrown away because I've had them so many years. Well, however long I've had this oven. And I figured out I can cook that ground beef in my air fryer. And then when I got to the point of making it, my sloppy Joe mix was expired, so I didn't make it. I bought a tube of the ground beef, a pound tube of it, and didn't even think about checking the date on the can I had. But it was only expired by a year. It might have still been good. Who knows? I don't know who actually. Supposedly, where I got my holiday meals from. No, wait. That's the barbecue place up there. I think it's either Friday or Saturday, their lunch special has sloppy joes. But I ain't gonna pay that much money for one sloppy Joe. That's ridiculous. $14. You get one side. And if I'm going to go up there, I'm going to get barbecue. Excuse me. I'm not going to Sloppy Joe. It's going to be some kind of barbecue product. Well, I don't know. Yeah. I I've got it on this rack behind me. All of my my goods. It's a baker's rack is what it is, but on my hutch, it's all stacked up there. Let me turn my camera on. Okay. You see right there behind the chair, right there, I got stuff on that shelf and all of that over. See all them bottles of Diet Cola? There's my 3 boxes of Diet Mount Lightning. And then on that shelf right there, that's all my canned goods. That's what I have. I quit buying canned goods because I don't use it. I've got it. I even bought a brand new box of dried milk. I was going to make, I don't know what it was, some kind of product that required milk. And since I had a box that had 2 left in it and it expired, I don't even remember why I bought it. It had to be some kind of pasta dish, them hamburger helper stroganoff or something. It might be stroganoff. I don't even know if I still have that. Yeah, I see the box right there on the baker's rack. But that's what I have in my kitchen as far as a pantry anymore. I got all them shelves in that middle bedroom. I'm talking a whole wall full of racks I paid a lot of money for. And that used to be just packed full of canned products. But that was back when I cooked before 2020. I'll put it that way. And I used that stuff because I cooked it. If I didn't, the ex would. But I don't eat a whole lot of vegetables now. The closest thing to a vegetable that I eat more often than anything is going to be Bush's baked beans. And that's not a vegetable, but by God, it's a bean and it's close to vegetables. Well, hey there, man. How you doing? Good to have you here this morning. Good morning. And I can't believe it's already 3 o'clock. Nearly. It's close to 4 o'clock for some of you. So I've got a salad I got yesterday now with my grocery delivery. I ordered me a salad, so I have it. So see, I done talked myself out of going getting breakfast this morning. I'll wait and I'll have a salad and a ham sandwich. That's what I'll do. That's awesome, man. Good to hear that. We nearly about 8 hours into this broadcast. I've enjoyed it tonight, this morning. I told Robin to watch out. I may do one over the weekend. Does this count as a weekend? Yes, I'm going. It's 2 different time periods. It's today and tomorrow, so I didn't know if it counted as one or two. You know what, Deborah? Here we go with food. You know, unless we grow it ourselves, unless we process it ourselves, we don't know what we got. We take the FDA's and the person that is selling the product's word that whatever it is safe for human consumption. And so I just take it as, I'll eat it if it makes me sick. Oh well, it's like playing Russian roulette with your food. Yeah, it really is, because it it just it don't matter. Something's gonna get you down the road. I don't some way, somehow, it's gonna get you. And it all depends on how you want it to get you, whether it's gonna be a yucky one, a tolerable one, or an instant one. And we play Russian roulette with our life every day. And it's by driving, by walking, by eating. So I like a salad. I got to where I couldn't eat it as much as I was eating it, but I'm going to try to get back into where I'm eating one of these little bowls of salad every week again. I got to have some kind of leafy substance in my body. And so the fresh salads is as close to green vegetables and stuff that I put in my body. I do eat green beans occasionally. That's my outlook on it, Deborah. You know, if I'm happy, I'm happy. And so that's what I'm looking at. It may not be as healthy as it needs to be, but it's something that I am putting in my body to have something in my body. That was a wrong comment to tell my practitioner. She blew a fuse when I said that over my Little Debbie snacks. I don't know why. It's something I'm putting in my body. Vegetables, fresh vegetables. I said, I tried that bit. It did not settle too good with me. You can only eat so much fresh vegetables every day straight. You got to change. You got to have some kind of protein in your body. I don't fry my protein, so I can't complain about it. Yeah, I tell you what, Judy, we can do this on stage here. We can get on stage and each one of us have our favorite junk food. And you'll have to overlook me with all the boxes of Little Debbie snack cakes and Market Fresh donuts and stacked up behind me. And we'll sit here on stage and have our cameras turned on and just go to town eating all this junk. Right now, I'm hooked on moon pies. I had to go 2 weeks without them and drove me nuts. Finally got them back in stock. I think they do it just to piss me off. We don't have them in stock. Can we substitute it with this? Hell no, I want my moon pies. Let's see, what did I get today? I got a salad, moon pies. Oh man, I got what, 5 pieces of cake? Judy, I got me 3 red velvet chunks of cake, a piece of carrot cake, and a piece of vanilla cake. Boy, them are good. Got that cream cheese frosting on that carrot cake and that red velvet cake. Oh, that stuff is good. I could eat that out of the container by itself. I'll put it in the microwave for about close to 20 seconds, and it heats it up just like it's a fresh cake. Boy, they're good. And if I'd get my lazy ass out of the house and just go up half a mile up the road from Walmart, I could get me some German chocolate cake. That's my favorite out of all the cakes, is German chocolate. I like a good coconut cake too. But German chocolate, I would say, is my favorite because I can't get it. Maybe next time when Deborah and Eldon deliver my groceries, I'll say, hey, I'll give you $20. You go up there and give me one of them there German chocolate chunks of cake. That's a lot more money than they get in tips. I know that. I'd slip them 50 if they'd give us tobacco. They're good people. The girl that delivered today, I think she delivered once before. Not, she delivered my second delivery today. Deborah and Eldon delivered my first order today. But I didn't know if it was a male or female. Her name was Kelly, which is male or female name. I got a cousin, Kelly. He ain't no woman. Far from it. And then, so before she got here to deliver, I didn't know if I was facing a male or female. When she got out of the car and greeted me, I knew exactly. Yeah, that's female. Uh, I am. What is it? 300 and about 320 miles from Memphis. I think that's what it is. I I forgot. I think my last trip to Memphis was in 2016, 17. It was 2017 because it was before I had my accident at work, and I that was in June of 2017, and we went to Memphis in February of 17. So I think it was 320 miles. We'd go to Memphis two or three, four times a year. It got to where I just set the cruise control and go to sleep, and the car drove itself. I didn't have to deal with driving. The car did it itself. That way I could be fresh and awake to have to deal with her mother. All I know, it's 188 miles from the adult arcade on 40. 60, 64 to Little Rock, and about 15 or 20 to 630. And then from 630 to 40, it's about 10 miles. And then from intersection of 630 and 40, it's about 10 miles. And then from 40 to the Triple X arcade, it's 20 something miles. And then from the Triple X adult arcade, it's 188 miles to Memphis. Add it up. Yeah, it took us about, depending on how I felt, sometimes it'd take 3 to 3.5 hours, and then sometimes it would take 4 to 5 hours. All depended on traffic and weather conditions. One of the trips I had to take there, it was icy snow, and so I couldn't drive real fast. I had to drive slow. Y'all can drink chocolate martinis. We headed out on the motorcycles to go to Memphis one weekend, and we never made it. It was so hot. Oh, it was miserable. We stopped at this one store and took our time looking in the store because of the air conditioner. And by the time it's all said and done, we agreed, let's go home. It's too freaking hot. We was halfway there. This stupid crap. Oh man, that'd be fun. Let's ride to Memphis. And I think I done it because it pissed her mom off. She knowing we rode a motorcycle all the way to Memphis, it pissed her off. And that was just one notch in my belt. All right. Look what I did to her. But we had another couple that was going with us and we was going to stay overnight in a motel and get up the next day and drive home. But man, it was just so hot, blistering hot. And I tell you what, Arkansas is you don't have to wear a helmet when you ride motorcycles. And I know that's you should wear helmets, but if you never had one on in 105-degree weather, I'm gonna tell you what, they're hot. They are hot. And I never the only time I wore a helmet was like going to Memphis, and I didn't know this till after we'd gotten back because Memphis, Tennessee has a helmet law, and but being Arkansas didn't, and we're from Arkansas, it's not mandatory that you wear a helmet when you're in Tennessee. But to not create issues and chances of being pulled over, we'd wear a helmet. And the same in Missouri, which I've seen lots and lots of people ride motorcycles in Branson without helmets. So we had them, but we didn't wear them. That way, if we got pulled over and they told us we had to wear them, then we would, but we never did. Anyway, they're hot. I'm telling you what, hot, hot, hot. Brother, he wears helmet now. He ain't wore helmets since I don't know when. I guess high school. He bought him one of them new scientific graphite helmets. The whole front of it flips up. Looks like a regular full face helmet, but the whole front of it lifts up. He bought two of them. I asked him which woman was he gonna have riding with him this weekend. He said Cindy. They're headed down to Texas today. ride all the way down there and spend the night and ride back. Like I say, it's supposed to be 95 today. That's in the shade. So on that hot asphalt, it'll probably be over 100 degrees. And wind blowing don't make it easier. That hot air blowing on you just blister you. It is hot. Organ donors, that's what we call them. Around here, it's not bad in the immediate area, but you start up Highway 7, and that's you're going into the Ozark Mountains. And during the summertime, there's a lot of people in state and out state that likes riding Highway 7 because of the scenery, the curves, the mountains. It's a road racer course delight. Lots of crotch rockets that ride that highway. Lots of motorcycles crash. We were sitting at Iron Springs one day, cooling and drinking some water, and ambulance come barreling through, the county, state police, all just barreling up the highway. We got through and we headed up that way, and sure enough, one of them didn't make the curve, and he went straight off in the woods and hit a tree. Wasn't pleasant. He didn't make it. Been lots and lots of people crash on it, but it is a very beautiful drive. It's not. Ain't no way I'd be hauling ass up it. When I was young, going up there to fish, I had that old Chevrolet pickup. I thought it was indestructible. We got pulled over one night. And this is before I got married. Junior and Cowboy and I was going up there to fish. We got pulled over. And I don't remember what it was. I didn't get a ticket for it. I can't remember what it was. It had something to do with those lights. And this is in a part of the world that emergency a cop would be the least of you would think would be up there monitoring traffic at 9 and 10 o'clock. You would think that the only reason why they'd be out in that part of the world was they were finding a place to sleep. So anyway, I got pulled over, and it had to do with some kind of light or something on the truck. And so he warned me, and when I got home the next day, I just whatever the problem was, I fixed it. Yeah, that old truck made a many trips up there to fish. We'd fish right there below uh, Nimrod Dam. And then buttheads were just sitting there tearing up them catfish. And I'm still waiting for my first bite. Never once did I even get a bite. Same bait, same technique, same place, no fish. And here these guys are just reeling them in as quick as they could. That's the way it happened most everywhere. I could not catch fish with them boys. If I went fishing somewhere by myself, I could catch fish then. Not with them guys. I think they had me jinxed or something. Well, looks like I'm coming to the end of this broadcast. I've only got a few minutes left. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. I just nodded off. You believe that? Good grief. Yep, that's what we call them, organ donors. But anyway, let me turn my camera on here, give you adios greeting. Excuse me. There's Jordan. He's ready for bed. Yeah, he's ready for bed. I see you over there. Anyway, thank you very much for coming on with me and spending some time. Enjoyed it. Did it really? But anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. And y'all have a safe day and enjoy the weekend. And if I'm able to, I might do another show. Either it'll probably be tomorrow if I do another one. I got to finish this basket back here that Meathead keeps trying to tear up. It's got my clothes in it that I washed today. I've got a load in the dryer right now. I have to put up also. So I'm going to be kind of busy finishing all of that. But anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Y'all be safe, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Adios.